Truth Uncompromised Show. I am your host, Rhonda. Join us every Thursday at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Truth is peace. Truth is freedom. To love, live, and be. We are Truth Uncompromised.
We are in the age of truth, freedom, love, prosperity, abundance, and peace. Welcome to Truth Uncompromised.
You have entered into a dimension of truth. Time does not exist, and illusions are shattered. The journey of truth is intense. The journey of truth will set you free. Consider this a warning as you enter the dimension of truth uncompromised.
Still unamalgamated. Heartbeat, the sound of the bass drum. Come with your best shot, I'll take one. Rumble in the jungle, I'm a lion. Stand up for your Muslim nation. Hey, for these generations, we the people lost but not forgotten. Tribal rivalry is the problem. One love, the key for what we locked in. Don't call me a doctor, but I will be your medicine man. We're all from the melting pot, so everybody in the crowd is a Native American. Like me, what can't you see? The enemy is a L-I-E. One family tree, we are. The truth is like smoking Joe and so far. The bigger they come, the harder they fall. Bring on the giant, I'm ready to brawl. No giving up, flowing in my veins. Like a champion, I feel that I will never surrender. One with the soul of a warrior, I will remain a contender. One with the soul of a warrior, I will. Hey y'all, hey y'all, hey y'all, hey, 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 y'all, hey y'all, hey y'all. I rule my dominion. I'm part Asian, Indian, Dominican, back to Hindu, Dravidian, so Mexicano loco, man. Yes. Egyptian fits my description. Yes. I'm training hard for the mission. Yes. I'm a country boy from the south, and mama said knock you out. I'm in the ring like the bigger they come, the harder they fall. Bring on the giant, I'm ready to brawl. No giving up, flowing in my veins. Like a champion, I feel that I will never surrender. One with the soul of a warrior, I will remain a contender. One with the soul of a warrior, I will. If you're down for one love and one people, let me hear you say, hey y'all, hey y'all, hey y'all, hey, 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 hey. One
All right, family. Welcome to the Truth Uncompromised show. I am your host, Rhonda, and tonight is December 14th. We have a great show for you planned. So, shout out to Brother Tavis for letting us use this song, the last song that played, Soul of a Warrior. It's been our cut like from day one. So shout out to him for his original song. All right, so before we get started, let's send some love to the YouTube chat. So welcome MX Plus Black. Good to see you. Son Scotty's in the building. This is his little night off, so he can join us and be clowning on the little panel tonight. Shout out to Mother Queen Ottawa. Shout out to Kimba. Shout out to Tahaka. Shout out to Sis Sandra. It is so good to see you, DJ ZPE. It's so good to see you back in the house so you can cut up sideways with us. I miss you in the comments, clowning. So good to see you. Glad all is well with you. And shout out to Brother Sean. All right, and then shout out to the YouTube family listening. All right, fam. So we're on part 4 of this impromptu series. I did not mean to do this series. I literally just was bringing some information that I had ran across years ago from this particular source. Mr. Egmond Codfried. He's out of the Netherlands, if I'm not mistaken, and he puts out different articles. And so I'm like, okay, well, let me just read this for the fam, and we can discuss it. And child, we spent about a good 2 hours, maybe even 2.5 hours, and we were only on page 1. And I should have known because that's the way his information hits. And I'm like, I've got to make a series out of this. I ran up on him because most of the pictures that you see of the true Black Europeans comes from his particular research. And I was posting one of the pictures that he dug up through his research. And I think it was a Facebook post, if I'm not mistaken, because, child, I ain't got time for Twitter them, the gram them. My nerves is too bad for all that. I need to stick with one. And because the fam, we all on Facebook, that's how we keep in contact with each other, like what's going on. That's what I'm going to have to stick with. So nonetheless, so you know all the old heads on Facebook. Shit, I look like being on the tick to the talk. What? But anyhow, so somebody came behind me and said, you know, a lot of people are using this brother's work. And I'm like, who is he? I said, because I don't know, you know, I'm just getting it from different places. And so he gave me his name. And so that's how I researched and ran up on him. And here we go. Okay. So shout out to Mr. Codfried for this great body of work. I mean, your pictures alone tells the story. And your particular articles and letters that you are sending to these different agencies about how they are faking history, and just the volume of information you're putting in there. And I'm like, oh my God, he's got this in here, there. He's got that in there. He's got this in there. He's got that in there. And because this information is new to a lot of people, some people may think that you're just coming up with this stuff off the fly, and you're not. And because we over here have been on the Black European stuff for a couple years, I mean, we do read books over here. We do research. I knew where your sources were pretty much coming from. Some of the stuff, you know, blew my little wig back But nonetheless, so last week I started bringing in other material to kind of let you all know this man is not making this up. You know, regardless of the fact he has sources in his information, you know, but some folks don't understand that, you know, you're supposed to put your sources in your particular body of work, you know, footnotes. I don't know if this rings a bell for you all back in school. Okay. So we did that last week, and it didn't surprise me because I understood where he got most of that information. Okay, so shout out to Mr. Codfried. I hope that you still have this museum. I am gonna reach out to you. I want to, in 2024, if you do still have the museum, to sync up with you. I haven't been to Europe. Been a few little years, so it's about time. Now that all of the stuff is over with, travel restrictions or whatever, I definitely would like to sync up and go through the museum, etc., etc. Son Scotty, baby, you know what I'm saying? The footnotes, bibliography, appendix, etc., etc., etc. Because, baby, in school, that plagiarism, you think that you finna just get a paper and sit there and tap for word, you finna get your feelings hurt. Now, that was even when I was in college and they didn't even have software where they can just copy your entire stuff, put it in the software, and if they don't see a source by that, that's considered plagiarism, okay? So you have to state your sources, all right? And that is why even as a content creator, when it is somebody else's body of work that I am using, I give them the credit, okay? And not to mention that it's an ethical thing. It is not right to use people's content and not give them credit. Okay? Now, in Rhonda's opinion, people that's out here jacking other people's content, that tells me a lot about you. That tells me you have no integrity and you have no originality. It's nothing wrong with if you see something fly that somebody done did, you bring it to your platform, just give folks their credit. That's all. That's it. That's all. Okay? But I know everybody ain't operating that way, but it just took me back, child, to school. All right? Because I tried to be slick with that, like my second or third paper in school, because I ain't get that shit. And I don't know if they still got that, them Clef Notes. Now, back in the day, youngins, we had to go buy the book. It was like yellow and black, and it's like summarized stuff. Child, I didn't understand a damn thing that little what's-her-face was talking about when it got the Clef Notes. And I just knew I was, because I'm pretty good with writing and stuff. I was the shit. I got that shit back. F, you need to redo. You plagiarizing. You done took this from the Clef Notes 4, 5, and 6. So, but anyhow, shout out to Mr. Codfried. All right. And then I don't know if I said shout out to the YouTube family listening. Okay, fam. So, we're going to, Cliff Notes has turned into Spark Notes online. Okay, I figured it was online, but baby, them Cliff Notes was everything. Now, all I'm telling you, youngins, you can use Spark Notes them, but you only better use it to get an understanding or a verification what you reading. Don't go up in there quoting. thinking that you writing. If you quoting some, goddamn, you better have them quotation marks up in there. You better have that little source, little footnotes, little number, highlight that shit, hit that footnote, and then at the bottom you gotta list that source. Okay, don't get caught up like Annie. I was mad as hell, y'all. I had to redo that paper. I was mad as hell. Shit. So anyhow, okay, fam. The chat GPT. Now, a couple of my co-workers, they tested it. It's such in early phases. I would not depend on that. I wouldn't depend on it. Okay? But just note, even with that, the chat GPT, they're building the technology in a way that they're even going to know. Because as a matter of fact, YouTube is getting ready to start this. They're going to know when something is AI generated. Because YouTube is getting ready to crack down on these channels that are solely generating their content via AI. And they're getting like millions of followers, supposedly and allegedly. They're probably bought, whatever the case may be, and getting a lot of views. And so, but the content isn't original. So I read something that YouTube is going to start putting a disclaimer on videos that are totally AI generated, because AI has gotten to the point where it's not sounding robotic. You can go through and pick the voices and all of that. Even the very opening song of this show that sounds like trap music. The beat is like dun, 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 dun. That song is literally original to this show, but it's AI generated. I literally went through and generated it, told them the vibe I wanted, it generated it. But anybody trying to take that song and use it, you're going to get dinged, because they know that original song is tagged to this particular platform, which is authorized to use it. So I'm saying all that to say, this is Amy telling you this now. Don't think you finna skate through with this unoriginal content, or whether you are in school, because they're already building technology, and some it's already there where they're going to know if it's AI generated. So don't get yourself caught up. Go on and read it, this, that, and the third, and let that be that. All right, shit, I'm always getting off track. That's on me. I'm sorry, y'all. Okay, so nonetheless, fam, we on part 4. All right, so we're going to continue with that. I do have, and I know Sis Sandra got a lot, but I do have update on the migrant stuff as well to go over with the fam to keep you updated. So let me bring on Sis Sandra. Child, I'm just talking, ain't push near recording, and then not being the main one with
recording
a little
in
attitude.
progress.
4, 5, and 6. All right, so peace and love, Sis Sandra. How are you?
Peace and love to you, sis. Run into the family.
Hey.
And I see DJ.
Yeah, I'm so glad to see they in the house. We haven't seen them in a minute, because usually be in the comments, even on like the videos, dropping they little knowledge, and sometimes if folks got to be swung on, they get swung on. That's why sometimes if they got the right one that day, I'll have to go in and swing on some people when they just being just absolutely ridiculous. But for the most part, I just let it sit there, because most of it be so dumb. I'm like, okay, you do realize you sound dumb, so I'm going to let that sit there for the world to see how dumb you are. But for the most part, on the videos and the comments, people are really, really dropping some great information.
Good
Yeah,
information.
they are. They are. Much respect.
You know, I had a professor once, and he told us if you plagiarize, you fail.
Yeah, they was hardcore back in the day.
He was, he really was.
Yeah.
And I said, oh my goodness, I don't like
But
to
in my
plagiarize.
defense, I didn't know I was plagiarizing. Shit. Because I wasn't
No,
taking it word from word. I was just reading the Cliff Notes.
Paraphrasing.
Yeah, they was like, hell no. And he didn't even have no software. But he I guess he knew that Clef Note book. He's like, this is plagiarized.
Oh, I didn't do Cliff Notes. I never did those.
Yeah, and so I didn't understand. My issue was I did not understand that particular, it wasn't a book. It was like a long story. And so when he made me redo it, I redid it and went through the parts and said why I didn't understand it, and then said that this was the horror for me to even be going through something that's not understandable, and he wound up giving me a B.
Well, you know, when I checked the final grades on the wall, he had failed students for plagiarizing, and he put their names up there.
Oh, that's
failed,
embarrassing.
Plagiarized, and he would write it. I said, oh my God.
Some of them professors, they're hardcore. Only thing about, okay, this is not all professors, because I'm not trying to be biased and hurt people's feelings. But it is a thin line between professors that's all they know is academia, and folks that actually work in the particular line of profession, if that makes sense. Okay, so for example, if I'll take IT for example. All right. If you've worked in IT, let's say for a certain amount of years, and then you're in school going for particular IT classes, you like, fuck you talking about? It don't work like that, bruh. It's da 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 da. Well, the book with the bloopity, I don't give a damn what the bloopity bloop say. I'm telling you how it works. Okay, so that's the thin line between academia and the quote quote real world life experience. And to me, that's the same with literature, because it doesn't, to me, in my opinion, what difference does it make if the reader can't understand what the hell going on? So I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
Well, you know, when we come down to roots, they should have got that bad boy a long time ago.
Yeah, you know, that Alex was sad. He straight plagiarized that white man's book.
And it hurt a culture.
But that was planned though, sis, because remember I told you that oh shit, I was in grammar school when that crap came out, and
I don't know where I was, but I hated it. I didn't look at it.
Yeah,
I never seen it
because it came on television. Remember, it's a television.
Yeah, series. It was on television, but I never paid any attention to it. I didn't
in school they made us watch it, and then we had to write a report on it. And I'll never forget it. Because I'm like, okay, whatever. And so I remember having a conversation with my grandmother. She like, what? We're not from Africa. No. No, we're not from Africa. We don't call ourselves Indians, but we're Indians. And you talk about, as a little girl, just confused because they're in school teaching us that we came over here on slave ships 4, 5, and 6. But that was purposely done, because you can't sit up here and tell me that they didn't know Alex Haley had plagiarized that white man's stuff. And if you don't believe us, I'm not sitting up here with this scarf making this crap up. Go look it up. It's a quick
He
Google
got
search.
sued.
He got sued and he had to pay that man.
Yeah, he did.
And it baffles me that people that claim that they are researchers, they still use that as a source. And I'd be like, Lord, do this.
You might even my kids still know that stuff, and I have to say that man, it's not his life either. He took it from a white guy. What are you talking about? So because it's not something that should be taught to our people. Really, it shouldn't be.
Well, and that's why it's important for parents to be involved with what your babies are learning.
Yeah.
And now more than ever. Okay? Because now I'm going to be the devil's advocate in this situation. Black folks never should have let that shit ride.
No, they shouldn't have. But that's when what's his name?
Yeah.
Jesse.
I'm sorry, go ahead. I don't care, Messy Jesse, because when he said that, came up with that African American shit, yeah, that was Messy Jesse. And I remember a youngin was like, that didn't happen. I said, youngin, how the fuck you gonna tell me, baby? I was there. Now, you may have been in diapers, but I was there.
They wasn't calling us African Americans.
And I remember my bonus dad snapping. He was pissed. We never should have let that shit ride. The parents never should have let that ride.
I don't even know how he got the voice of the people.
Again, he is a gatekeeper. I'm sorry. Hey, peace and love, son Scotty. What you got to say, baby?
Peace and love.
Peace and love, family. My Rhonda, my Sandra, the chat,
hey, bro.
The family and everything. Yes, because so I remember the Roots, not that we had to watch it in school, but I was raised by the generation that had to watch it in school.
Mm-hmm.
And it was like a cultural phenomenon by the time, like, it was like that generation was like, so like they were making y'all watch it in school. And if you had like a family that could tell you like, no, we wasn't, slaves from Africa, you was good. You could go to school and be like, okay, I'm just learning this bullshit because I'm in a system. I know what the real shit is, blah, blah, blah. But if you don't have a family that know that, and if you have that perspective and then you looking at the school system, you believe in the school system, you actually relying on the school system. So a certain set of parents was like, oh yeah, now I'm gonna have to have my kids watch that. So I remember like my mom and my aunts having us watch Roots. And I remember it being like a special, like on TV, like it was like one of them like classics. It's going to come back and like, it's a whole week thing, and you got to watch it every night.
And it's depressing.
And so on top of it being like, they introduce it through plagiarism, they make it a thing in school, and then they get the culture behind it. That's the other part you leave out. So you got the LeVar Burton and you got what Cicely Tyson and the dude from
Good Times.
So you get the black media, the black celebrities behind it, and so now you fortified. The schools is teaching it, showing it, the black celebrities is pushing it, so it must be true.
Yep.
They got Pearl and Purple coming back on. I said, oh man.
But that's different. I mean, we know that's although that is because that's Alice Walker. Yeah, that's Alice Walker.
The Alice Walker book.
Because I read the book. I've always been a book
by Steven Spielberg.
Yeah. Because I read the book way before the movie came. I've always been a bookworm. And so when the movie came out, the Steven Spielberg one, which it followed the book to the T. That's totally different. That's totally different. Now, I'm going to just be real with you. When that first came out, that the what's the face movie, the movie with Oprah in it.
Yeah.
I remember my grannies them, because it just be damn. I wish the younger generation experienced this. when you have your grandmothers and your moms and them sitting around the kitchen table having their coffee in the morning, just talking. That's how I learned a lot, because I was like sitting like on the side of the kitchen listening. Picking up that game. And I remember them talking about that movie and saying how fucking accurate it was.
It was?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Now, the black community may not want to motherfucking admit it, but it was accurate as far as the domestic abuse and the oppressiveness of the patriarch. Now, the black community may not want to admit that. I'm just telling you what Big Mama and them said. Okay? Now, according to them, every character from the woman perspective was, they had, you know, like the one that thought she was cute, shit didn't stink. The one that was, you know, for the streets, as you youngins say. And then Whoopi Goldberg, who we call today a pick-me. You just take shit, get your ass beat for breakfast, lunch, and motherfucking dinner. And then you had Oprah, who like, you keep advising that motherfucker. Keep on. Keep on. You gonna have a dead son-in-law. Keep having to fuck with me, Miss Seeley. Shit, you let this nigga beat your ass. But your son-in-law finna be in a coffin. Okay, so every character was very, very well thought out and a representation of the oppressiveness that women were going through. I'm specifically talking about black women. I can't, you know, vouch for the white community. So it doesn't matter if the black community was upset because dirty laundry was being aired. So I ain't finna vouch that them people, Alice Walker was lying. I'm telling you what Big Mama and them said.
Indigenous American woman. So, you know, the source material is true. Shit. And then you got like, they're like going to look at it like, yeah, that was the liberal, progressive, feminist.
Right, the feminist woman. I know, baby, I ain't trying. Big Mama and them said that folks was, the men was putting hands and feet on them. And most of them was trapped. They didn't have a choice but to be with Papa's stinking ass. A lot of them been here wanting to leave his funky ass, but they stuck with 8 to 12 to 13 chillins. So it is what it is. And so now everybody wants to have amnesia why women have shifted and like, no, I gotta have my own bag just in case a motherfucker come out of pocket on me. Cause you not finna kick my ass for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. You not finna be up in this bitch doing what you wanna be, doing what you wanna do. And furthermore, we don't have to be together just to be together. If it ain't love in the shit, nigga, I can take it up the street. You could take it up the street. Go on, I mean, seriously, go on and find what your heart desires. So I'm not finna sit up here and pretend and play. Okay.
Dodge a bullet, right? You don't need that.
Because a lot of times you do dodge a bullet. Shit. Women have a lot more choices now. And with those choices, it calls for all of us to be better people. Ain't nobody gotta put up with your bullshit, bruh. And the same with the woman. He ain't gotta put up with your bullshit, sauce. Now, the only complaint I have is that there's no need for people to be in dysfunctional shit and you bringing these babies in this realm and you want to play motherfucking crazy. See, now I'm finna cuss you clean plumb the fuck out. That's what I'm finna do. Because I've heard the stories of my, like, great aunties and them saying they couldn't get birth control because when birth control first came out, it wasn't even offered to the black women. Only white women were getting it.
They didn't have divorce either, did they? No.
It was really hard to get divorces.
Yeah.
So
They didn't have
come
it.
on, y'all, to go on and play with somebody else with that bullshit. Bottom line is you have to add value in relationships. Ain't nobody finna sit up here and be motherfucking playing with you and be in misery.
Yeah,
We
but
ain't gotta be together.
Yeah.
Shit.
That is different. That's different from Alex Haley, but it just shows the melanated experience in Color Purple, whereas Roots was not our experience, but they
Agreed.
tried to make it ours. That's the difference in the two. And I was trying to say.
Agree. And now that we're going
But
over
how
this,
they do link,
I'm sorry,
though,
go
they
ahead.
did try to tie it in there, because this is the age where they was really weaving in the fabric of the African American. So they needed to connect the indigenous American to Africa.
That's
and even
true.
though Roots, even though Color Purple wasn't like Roots depicting slavery right there, it did have the connection to Africa.
Yeah, because old girl went over there. Yeah, the sister went over there, this, that, and the third.
Which was like a colonizer type thing, storyline, but still connecting us to Africa.
Yeah, well, they had to throw that in there. But I think, damn, now I gotta go back and get the book. I can't remember. Yeah, in the book they had it in there where the sister had went over to Africa. But what did she go over to Africa as?
Missionary.
A missionary. Ding, 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 ding. She went as a missionary. Yep. She went as a missionary. But now, and this is one of the reasons why we are doing what we do, okay? Because I am still, y'all, trying to get off fucking YouTube. My nerves and got bad, this, that, and the third, 4, 5, and 6. But this is why we're putting out this information. So when you hear like missionary, you can connect the dots to understand what was going on. Because they were they were colonizing Africa, but a lot of parts of Africa also either had a smaller population. They were kind of resetting in a way, if that makes sense. Okay, so even when you look at that part of Color Purple, you should understand, as soon as you heard that she was going over there with the little church, you like, oh, so they was doing a missionary thing then. Oh, okay then.
That's a nice word for it. Colonize missionaries.
Yeah. Yeah, so with that said, the Black community was in an uproar because I don't think Color Purple, it didn't receive any Academy Award nominations. It didn't even get any nominations.
Oh, because yes, this was the same year, because I studied like film and theater and stuff, and then when I was in school, just outside of the curriculum, I was like, I'm going to use all these libraries and access to this stuff, archives, to just study as much Black, African American, whatever you want to call it, diaspora film and stuff. So the same year that Color Purple came out, because Color Purple was the movie for the Black people, like it was for the Black people. The same year Out of Africa came out with fucking Meryl Streep, and she was like the colonizer in Africa, on the land with the people. It had that big song, that everybody, all the white people love. The rains in Africa.
Yeah.
Toto or some shit.
Yeah, Toto. How the hell you remember that?
The same year that Color Purple came out, Out of Africa came out, and it overshadowed Color Purple at all the award shows and stuff. So instead of Color Purple winning best, whatever, Out of Africa won. But you see, at the same time, they're creating this Africa narrative, colonizer, and they kind of showing you both Black and white people was the colonizers a little bit. If you was had an eye for that. But yes, the Out of Africa movie came out the same time and overshadowed it, and it was from the perspective of the white person coming into Africa and being the
Yeah,
colonizer.
I think wasn't that with Meryl? Was that with Meryl Streep or
Yes,
Yeah.
Meryl Streep.
Yeah, that was
She-
a good
she-
movie
she had
too.
and this was the other thing too. It was also the feminist. So you had like the black
Sure
feminist
was.
side, the white feminist side, because she had her man doing her dirty. She done fucked around and caught syphilis or some shit.
Sure did, cause she was hoeing, yeah, cause when she hoeing on her old man and child, it was a good movie, but I don't think it was. I think Color Purple was on equal footing or better, and I only say better because I could relate to the melanated experience. But yeah, Color Purple got shrubbed. And I think, I can't remember, Son Scotty, do you know if eventually it won an award? I can't remember if they had to circle back and give Color Purple some awards, but child, yeah.
I'm like saying Oprah won.
So,
Golden
on
Globe,
again.
Whoopi Goldberg, Steven Spielberg got
did
it
Oprah
for
get the yeah, look it up, y'all. I didn't think nobody had won nothing. Oprah had won because she played that part, baby. She came around that motherfucking corner. She was like the fiery one, like I don't give a damn, da 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 da, blah blah. She really played her. Everybody did a good job, and ever since that movie, poor Danny Glover, I can't stand his guts to this. Girl, I can't stand his guts to this damn day. But yeah, that was
they
a
only
big
gave
issue.
awards to Whoopi Goldberg, who
Okay, Whoopi did a
she
good
done
job.
changed her name to that.
Right.
She literally a black Karen. That's Karen.
Right, with her locks.
Whoopi Goldberg and Steven Spielberg was the only ones that won awards for that.
Okay. Yeah. Because Oprah hadn't even really started her career yet on the talk show side. She had just I think it was AM Chicago. Don't quote me on that. She had just really started that, so she wasn't like blown up. So that was a pretty big deal. And now that we know what we know as far as her career, she did a hell of a job acting, and that's the best acting Oprah has done, because everything else I see her in, I be like, go on, Oprah. Now come on, Amy, have a seat. You still playing Miss Sophia, cause she did Henrietta Lacks, y'all, and I did not like it at all. That needs to be totally remade. They fumbled the bag on that. So that particular role with Oprah in The Color Purple as Miss Sophia, that was her best acting to date. And it seems like for the most part, she kept trying to follow that formula, and it got old real quick. And I remember my mom and I talking, and
Beloved.
Yeah, I said, Mom, I'm not watching that. It's depressing. And she started.
Touch
said,
me on the inside.
Yeah. And,
no, that movie scared me when I was a kid.
I can't deal with that. And she hit the motherfucking plaits in her head, and Mister was in that. I'm like, it's just I'm not watching that bullshit. So everything that she was in that point, it just kind of had the same thing. It was depressing. It's like, okay, we get it. The shit is traumatizing. We got it. The first point, very good point in The Color Purple. I'm over it. Let's move on. But yeah,
real over it.
Yeah, but
real
Black community was pissed because you had messing with babies in there, and everything. I'm like, nah, motherfuckers, ain't no need y'all sitting up here trying to act like this shit didn't go on.
Because
you messing with these 12, 13-year-olds.
A black woman author source material. Toni Morrison, wrote that book, Beloved.
Yep. But I know I didn't read that book. I read another one of her books, but no, child. The Black community was upset with
Blue
that
Eye.
movie. But if y'all have not seen the original, go see the original. I'm telling you now, it's gonna be rough. But damn, Big Mama and them ain't around no more to verify that shit. But that stuff actually went on. It went
And
on.
then
I'm sorry, go ahead,
also,
son.
I remember my cousin gave me that book, and I read it when I was like young in like elementary school. And then also another thing, a lot of these female authors be like on the spectrum, like lesbians and stuff like
Yeah,
that.
because it's a
So
what's
then
her
that
face a
also be
lesbian.
heavily part of the book, but they like play it down in the movies and stuff.
Yeah,
And
because
try to
in
like
the
give,
book, they was in a full-fledged relationship.
yeah,
What's
her
her
and
face?
Suge Avery.
Yeah, her and Shug was like straight up lovers. So they toned that down in the movie, but in the book, they were like lovers. Yeah, that's a good call out. But yeah, the black community was not, they didn't like the color purple because it put a lot of stuff on Front Street. Put a lot of stuff on Front Street. So, just giving y'all some background. And especially, I'm sorry, who's saying something? You all the way in the back if you saying something.
This thing don't do well. Yeah, it's coming out again. It's out again. Let me say
Yeah,
that.
child, yeah.
Yeah, this one is a musical. So it was a musical that was based on the book, and now they're doing this play. So it's not a remake of the movie; it's a remake of the Broadway musical.
Yeah, because I went to see it on Broadway. I think when Fantasia was in it, and she did well. She has a hell of a voice. But yeah, they're just gonna.
That's Tasia.
Yeah, Tasia. They're just gonna keep remaking it because I think Oprah got something to do with that too, don't she?
Yeah.
With this,
I don't like Oprah that way.
with this remake. But yeah, child. But yeah, if y'all have not seen the original,
she
go back and see it.
Big time producer, philanthropist. Supreme Coven leader. Allegedly.
Right, allegedly or supposedly,
member.
yeah. As she pop up in that purple, and I'm like, blink, 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 blink. I'm like, we see you, sis. We already know you got your little high ranking. I see you.
This is Oprah.
This is Oprah. And Stedman and I. You mean your beard? I mean, oh, my bad. Okay, I'm gonna be good. All right, Brother Sean.
People like,
I'm sorry, go ahead, son.
That's another thing, the diversion, these people that are like asset actors placed in a narrative and stuff, certain people, that's their role too. They have to do as much positive stuff in the public to mask all the shit they doing. It's like, Color Purple. Hey, what about them kids, them girls?
Right. What? What you say?
What
you
about
get
all
a
them
car.
pictures with
you
with
get
the
a car.
dude? That one dude with the eye.
You get a car.
Purple.
You get a car. What you talking about? You get a car. You get damn all that. Shut the fuck up. You get a car. You get a car. So, child, y'all.
And then, to tie in the popular culture entertainment side, during a reset, you're gonna see these movies, these things in popular culture that they use for the social engineering, because that's what the entertainment is. Like
that's what they're about to do
with
with that one. That's exactly what they're doing. Social engineering.
They need to socially engineer the populace on, the reset narrative. And the reset narrative is like, we need to get people back into the trauma. We need to get them back into Africa. We need to get them back into, all the old fucking narratives.
Absolutely.
And this is why this paper you're giving us to go through is very important.
It's extremely important so we can truly understand what went on. Mother Queen Ottawa says, and no one mentioned that it wasn't Shug, because that was Shug Avery. What was Whoopi's character's name?
Miss
Celie. Miss Celie. Celie. That was Celie. Yeah, because remember Celie's mom had passed. She had transitioned. And so she got pretty much, or was it her stepfather? Yeah, it was her stepfather. stepfather, so the mom had transitioned. She had them 2 daughters, and the stepfather, who was the R-wording Seeley's character as a fucking child. He married her off to Mister's motherfucking old stinking ass, because she couldn't have been no more than 12 and 13 when she got married off, taking care of all them badass children. Okay? And then, because I think, wasn't Mister having, like, some of those children was Shug Avery's children, and she told him, you ain't no man because you can't stand up to your pappy. I'm telling you, y'all, go watch the original. Now, it's going to be rough, but yeah, she was an orphan, and remember the Seeley's sister had to run away because the dad was getting ready to word the sister, the younger sister. I'm telling you, that movie, it shook up the Black community because they didn't want to talk about that dirty shit that was going on in families. Okay? And that's why, fast forward to today, when I hear about motherfuckers beating up on women and messing with these babies, and because some people, men's is got a few motherfucking coins in their pocket, and a lot of the times they don't even have no coins in their pocket, but because for whatever reason, the quote said Black community, they're holding them up. Y'all want to brush that shit under the rug. Okay? Same with homosexuality, where people, because of their sexual preferences, are being the R-worded. That shit want to be brushed up under the rug. And these babies being touched on. Nah, motherfucker, I'm not playing that. I don't give a fuck who you are. I don't want nothing to do with you. I'm not supporting you. You a low-life fucking degenerate. Bottom line. Because I'm going to believe this baby over you. That's just the bottom line. I'm going to give these babies my support. Now, if it comes out that it's not true, I don't have a problem going back and apologizing. But motherfucker, it's the babies first. Fuck that bullshit you talking. So it's the same sick cycle that we still see and said, quote, Black community. It's the culture. We have a big explosive thing now where these, quote, music moguls are being called on their shit for the debauchery that they've been doing. And I remember when the young lady first came out with the allegations, which are just not, we got to say allegations because it didn't go to court, whatever the case may be. I still saw some people saying, oh, this, that. Didn't say a word. Because in the back of my mind, I'm like, it's going to be more folks step forward. I said, and I really wish some men would step forward. And now men are starting, they're starting to step forward. Mm-hmm. And you talking, these people are babies. They're babies. And you got grown ass people touching on these babies, grooming on these babies. I don't give a fuck what y'all say. This shit ain't right. Just because somebody can dance, skip a beat, got some coins in their pocket. The culture is what we make it. And if we let this shit pass, we are responsible for it. Just like with the R. Kelly shit. People want to rah-rah like that nigga was fucking innocent. But those that was in the Chi, because although we from the South, I grew up in the motherfucking Chi, that's been fucking rumored that nigga was driving up to the high school picking up them babies. Get the fuck out of here. But that's the sick culture. I keep telling you all, we are the culture. And I don't give a fuck who it is. And that goes for women too. Because there's some predator women that be messing with these young boys like...
in these schools.
Yes. And I'm glad you brought this up.
Shit,
because
don't
this
nobody
shit be
get
getting
no
on
pass.
my nerves.
Shit.
They will give women a pass. They will give little
It's
boys with
no
older women
pass.
a pass
They're
because
not
it's like
giving them
a
passes
rite of
anymore.
passage or
Rite of
something.
passage. But it fucks them up in the head. And I hear a lot of men say, well, yeah, okay, I was 14 and, she was 26, 36, but it is what it is. No, it ain't fucking is what it is.
It ain't. It's not. It's,
and it fucks with them mentally. And then some of them, they be so sexually active or, they have a thing against women. Yes, it did impact you.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry it happened to you. Just because you are a man, that's not right. It's not fucking right.
And then that relationship to women, a lot of times
Horrible.
They will only see a woman as something to have sex with.
Have sex with. And it goes back to childhood trauma. So that shit ain't right either. That's not right. And the motherfuckers that be touching on the boys.
Yeah, that's wrong too.
Hell no. None of it is supposed to get no pass.
Nope. Mm-mm. I be wondering what's wrong with the women and the men too when they do that kind of stuff. Don't they have any feelings for that person at all?
Broken.
I mean, you have to have some feelings for yourself, for the child. What? Nothing?
No, these people be sociopaths, psychopaths.
Yeah.
And if they not broken, then they doing it out of power. Because
out of power. I'm sorry, go ahead, son.
That's true.
Yeah, because like a lot of this stuff gets
especially
into
in the
like
movies.
Power and control.
Absolutely.
And blackmailing. And, people have that mentality that they, like cult members.
Absolutely.
Like, wanting people to be under your fellowship.
Yeah.
And that fellowship is very, depraved.
Absolutely. And the cult stuff is big. And that's a perfect example because I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with y'all? Y'all all fucking the same nigga. Men and women. Because it's bad enough for me with women. With nigga, what? Let me get my motherfucking person and pull out my piece. Because you got me fucked up. Nigga, what? No, the fuck you ain't talking to me. So it's a lot of sickness that goes on. And just the ideal within the said culture, what manhood is. How much you sling your dick and who you sling your dick to. That's your definition of manhood. And we wonder why our babies are dying in the street. Your definition of womanhood is letting a nigga run over you and chasing after a nigga. And we wonder why the homes are broken. Our babies are suffering. Go find somebody else to fucking play with. I'm not letting it pass.
It's a world issue now. It's a world issue.
I don't give a fuck about the world right now. Excuse me, world. Apologize. I apologize in advance. I know I'm sticking to the black community right now.
What I'm saying is, if it's in the community, it's in the town, it's in the city, it's in the country, it's all out there.
Again, I'm gonna say I'm not concerned outside of said black community.
Yeah, well, it goes out.
We have to fix our own fucking problems.
Yeah.
And brushing shit under the rug, playing motherfucking crazy, talking about what white zaddy doing. I don't give a fuck about none of that, nigga. I'm talking about what you did. And who the fuck sitting around silent Because when you sit silent, you fucking co-signing that. And I don't co-sign no fuckery. I don't want it attached to my spirit. I'm here to erase shit. Bad karma, generational curses. I'm not rocking with that. I don't give a fuck who it is. Now that's standing on business. Now I'm sorry, go ahead on, Brother Sean. Peace and love, Brother Sean.
I didn't even know if you
Wholeness and
heard him.
How are you?
I'm good.
Wholeness and
Yo,
power, brother. Good.
Peace and
Good.
love, Brother Sean.
Good.
Wholeness and power.
bro.
What you
I
got
hear
on?
you, sis.
Shit.
The programming,
Agreed.
and it's nothing new about it. It's been going on. That's
All
the
over the place.
problem.
Mm-hmm.
Things like The Color Purple exposed. It got
Sure did.
it climbed up into too many homes, into too many bloodlines.
Come on with it now.
That's the reason why the shit's still going on today. You just got social media to put it out there.
Exactly.
People have a way of sharing and connecting with like-minded, low vibrational creatures.
Agreed.
The thing is, we accept it. We've allowed it. We've normalized it. We make excuses for people all the time. We don't protect the victims.
Nope.
That's why they then go on and become predators, because the predators don't get punished.
Right.
The victims do.
It's truth.
Yes,
You have
sir.
to stop.
That's true.
You have to stop this in your own house
Come on now with it now.
before you worry about your neighbor's house. Because your neighbor could be sitting up thinking the same shit about you that you thinking about them. And ain't neither one of y'all stopping the fuckery in your own house.
Exactly.
We have to be accountable for everything that happened within our homes.
Absolutely.
That's going to take care of everything on the street, on the block, in the city. But we have to do it.
Absolutely.
Right. That's what I
We
mean.
can't let others incentivize our illness.
Yep.
You're ill by choice. Your illness is part of the program. It's to stop you from reaching your higher self. It's to
That's true.
stop you from reaching into your heart chakra and opening that up. If you can't get that open, you're not getting to those higher frequencies
Absolutely.
anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
You don't love your children enough to do what's best for them. I mean, you don't love yourself
Absolutely.
enough to do what's best for you. I mean, there is no unconditional love in your existence because you haven't been able to apply it to yourself.
Yep.
Once you're able to do that, you won't be blaming nobody else for shit. Cause ain't nobody gonna be able to do shit. You ain't going along with the bullshit no more.
Mm-mm.
This is all by consent. You contract to it. You buy the music.
Yep.
You go to the concerts. You let your children go to these concerts.
Yep.
You don't know who your children leave with. You don't know who they're with
They-
while they're there. And those of you whose children come home with pictures with the celebrities and then
Yuck.
getting gifts from them, you cool with that? Out of all those thousands of people that was at that concert, what made your child stand up?
Right. So special.
Hmm. What did your child have to do? And you
Yep.
okay with it? I mean, it's just so much that, so much of everything that we consent to and blame others. A hungry crocodile gonna sit there and look at you and wait for you to come over there.
Hmm.
Yeah, they do.
And then he gonna snap and eat you. That's what he does. You can't get mad at him for doing that. But after you do that, motherfuckers watch it happen.
Mm-hmm.
Then go look in the water too. And it keep happening. And motherfucker after motherfucker go to the edge of the water
Yep.
and peek in.
Yep.
Same thing. Change the scenario. I don't care what it is. That's what motherfuckers are doing. And you blaming others when you won't take care of your own shit.
Come on with it now.
You have to be the example for your children. Period. It ain't a matter what you thought you was gonna do.
Hmm.
Oh, what? I thought I was gonna be in the NBA. I thought I was gonna be in the NFL. I, 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 I thought I was gonna be a rapper. You ain't though.
Right.
You a parent,
Right.
and that's where your focus and energy is supposed to be. Everything in nature, animal wise, so to speak, that people love to compare themselves to. When they become parents, that is the most important thing
Thing.
to them.
Most
Absolutely.
important
24
job.
hours a day.
Most important job.
They even have other motherfuckers who lesser in rank going out there hunting for their children.
That's true.
Motherfucker, you can't even be around here if my babies don't eat. Ain't a motherfucker sleeping around here. Girl,
Yep.
get me some goddamn buffalo, get me a giraffe, get me an elephant. I don't give a fuck what you got to get. My
Right.
babies gonna eat,
Absolutely.
pig. And they hunt until they get them babies some goddamn food. You ain't resting, you ain't
Right.
doing shit
Yep.
till them babies eat.
Yep.
If you ain't willing to provide for yours properly, mentally, spiritually, and emotionally, because by the time they kick their babies out, they done taught them everything they need to know to survive.
To survive. Absolutely.
So if you ain't willing to do that, Quit jumping up and down on each other.
Child, I just had that conversation earlier today.
There's more important shit to be done.
At least use contraception. Shit.
No, I mean heal first.
Yeah, absolutely.
What type of demons are people passing around?
They don't look at it that way, though.
I mean, sick people are only going to infect other people.
Right.
I mean, people already had the demons that they dealing with.
Right.
Now you hopping up and down with all these other people, and now it's some of their demons then jumped over on you, and some of your demons then jumped on them. So motherfuckers got a whole new batch of demons to deal with. And then them demons may or may not get along.
What you say, may or may not? They jockeying for position.
But I digress.
No, they're all right. Shit. All of this from The Color Purple. And it started with Oprah. We sorry, y'all. That's the Annie and Unc moment. Shit, we apologize. But I stand on what I say. All right.
Standing on business.
Right, now that's standing on business. Y'all on this bullshit. Shit. But I'm going to give that baby a pass. He in his 20s. But you 30 plus and above, I'm going to hand you your ass every time when you bring me that bullshit. You too old for this fuckery. And then you want to sit up here and look at us crazy because I'm like, bitch, what? Nigga, what? Let me see.
Nigga, what?
Because I know you ain't talking to me with this bullshit. You know that shit is wrong. Now you take that shit up the street and try to sell it to somebody else. And I bet not see you trying to sell it to a youngin' because I'm going to bust you clean in your fucking head. I don't give a fuck who like it or who not like it. I'm not for the fuckery. I didn't come here to recycle the same toxic sickness. When you know better, you do better. And as long as you got babies that you brought in this realm, you better fucking get to understanding what better is. Because you're responsible. Get your shit together.
Hey, sis.
Yes, sir.
While everyone is going through their genealogy, looking at marriage records, things of that. Look at the ages.
Oh, I sure do. I was like, my motherfucking calculator. Okay, then, motherfucker. Okay.
I ain't sure what the legal situation was back then, but by today's standards, I got some ancestors that should be lynched and motherfucking hung.
Why do you think we talk about generational curses? I've been talking about that shit long before now it's the fucking catchphrase. Been talking about that since I've been on YouTube and prior to YouTube. I know what the fuck I'm talking about. There's no reason for us to be sick like this. We need to be focused on healing and facing those traumas. Because all of this goddamn trauma bonding, you got issues, you fucked up. Then you link up with somebody else got issues, they fucked up. You two fucked up together. Then you bring souls into the realm. Come on, y'all. And ain't nobody talking about healing. Just pointing the motherfucking fingers at each other. Because
and
the right...
in Krishan and Blueface. And they poor baby. Bless that baby.
My thing is, where's all these healers and all these readers and all these metaphysical motherfuckers with all these products and these God classes and this, that, or the other. I mean,
Because
what's
it's
up
like
with the healing?
healthcare. They gotta monetize it. So if you already healed, how they gonna make their money? They need you to stay in the trauma.
The thing is,
Ain't none of that shit working, is what he's saying.
you got to go back to mama. Thing is, you can't put a patent on nature and say that you created this or you created that. It's either you willing to work with
Or you
mama,
ain't.
in tune with mama, or you on some bullshit.
Or you on some bullshit.
It's that simple. We
Yeah.
have everything that we need.
Yeah.
Mama has provided us with everything. We're just focused on all the wrong shit.
Shit. Yeah.
You
And
can see, not that I'm hating on anybody money account in anybody pockets, but everybody always putting it out there. With these people getting a Patreon and through all this, that, or the other, 1 week's worth of that could have then bought some acres of land.
child they ain't thinking
I,
about that. You know that, and I know that.
I'm just saying. And we got all these master historians and genealogists and this, that, or the other, and we're still worried about their data bank. Why we ain't then comprised our own data bank? Why we ain't making our own moves, setting up shit for our people? But everybody want money every step of the way. But these same masterminds will be quick to tell you how it's fiat currency and this, that, or the other. I mean, aren't the Moors supposed to be the legal masterminds? Why they ain't they straighten out all this paperwork for us? If they do the legal and the architectural shit, let the healers do what they do. Let the farmers do what they do and grow the food, etc., etc. The rest of us shouldn't have to deal with this political shit if the quote unquote indigenous Moors, the five civilized tribes, are the lords and masters of
The same.
everything. Why are we worried about this in this day and age? These are their children. Ain't the Moors that woke up now? Ain't they supposed to get his shit back once the Moors wake up? Ain't the Moors keep saying that they woke? That they standing on their square, that the science and the numbers math up?
They
Ain't the
about to
mother
reach.
wheel, ain't the mother wheel up there in the sky? I'm just saying, all this shit that they prophesied is allegedly and supposedly happening right now to this
Right.
day, but we still ain't got shit. I'm not understanding. But
Child.
motherfuckers got time to debate and argue on YouTube, on social media. Motherfuckers, the toughest, smartest things ever on social media. But this world and galaxy and dimensions and everything is supposed to be yours, all that you survey. But ain't shit happening there. Oh, trust in the plan. Oh, things is happening, black man. Huh? Yeah, shit happening. It ain't because you making it happen. But I digress.
No, I'm just, and I promise y'all, we finna get off the Amy and Uncle moment, y'all. Leadership starts in the home. Bottom line, we're in the position we're in because the homes are broken. Because anytime a baby has to go outside the home to find leadership, there's going to be a fucking issue. And if you don't have those qualities to give to your babies, they're going to go seek it in other people, places, and things. That home environment literally really tells the story of an adult's life. You show me how an adult is living, I can almost always put together what their particular home life was about. You can keep calling yourselves or ourselves as a community brushing this shit under the rug. We only get a sick community. We should not be looking for leaders and entertainers, YouTube content creators, the motherfucking streets. I'm going to say even the schools, sports, because you can put the sports in there and that as well. The example starts in the home. We don't want to be real about it. You're responsible for yourself and your lineage that you brought in this realm. And if you don't have your shit together emotionally, you got trauma, you need to be working on that. Now, I'm not trying to sit here and say it's going to be easy. But even if you don't love yourself like you need to be loving yourself, you'll get there eventually. If you claim you love your children, you'll do it for your children.
Sis,
Yes, sir.
it ain't hard.
Well, people don't be wanting to walk through the pain. It's understandable. But to me, being in trauma and having a fucked up lifestyle, that's hard to me.
Painful.
Yeah, to me, that's painful. Exactly.
But healing, yes, it's going to hurt. The difference between the pain with healing and the pain with that other path is with healing, the pain lessens each day.
Absolutely. It's temporary.
It increases the other way.
Absolutely.
I mean, it's what you chose to go through. You have to overcome that shit. Especially us men.
Absolutely.
Are we always quick to tell each other, suck that shit up? Well, yeah, nigga, suck that shit up. Ain't no more time for that bullshit. Ain't no more time to be weak. It ain't about that. People keep talking about genealogy, and you keep looking for greatness in your ancestors. 100 years from now, when your descendants are doing the genealogy search, what's going to be said about you? What's going to make you so great that someone wants to align with you and tell the world, I'm a descendant of such and such?
Absolutely.
But I digress.
Indeed. All right, so that's the auntie and uncle moment. Aunties and unc and son moment. Fam, you can do it. This is truly about the veil being unlifted and truly doing the work to heal, get healthy, to raise these babies to be the same. We can change this literally within one generation. So be about your business. And I don't give a damn if you got to walk it alone. I always tell y'all, if you got to walk it alone, you got to do what you got to do. That's why I don't give a damn what somebody say about me. Long as I haven't harmed anybody, fucked over anybody, you could call me whatever you want, baby. It doesn't matter. Because I know who I am. I took the necessary steps to make sure that I'm in honor of self. Don't fucking matter what nobody else think. I'm no different than anybody else. You can do it, but you gotta have the fucking courage and give yourself a chance and start to like yourself and then eventually start to love yourself. You can do it. But as long as you sit up in these crowds and these false ass masks with the toxic ideal of what womanhood is, what manhood is, don't complain when you get got. And don't complain 10, 20 years from now when your babies, they don't have no self-love. There's no excuse for this anymore. We have choices now. Get going. All right, so with that said. Okay, so. Sis Sandra, you have any go ahead on with the fuckery?
Well, yeah, I do. I got a chance to listen to Chicago.
Yeah.
And they are mad.
They ain't playing.
They are not playing. They are going to make that state red. They telling them Democrats, you got to go.
Yep.
Now, what they came up with was there's an Office of New Americans. It's HR 5772 or something like that. I couldn't get the numbers. You said them too fast.
Mm-hmm.
And that was Mark Carter, and there was a preacher, and the other one I think was Brandon Johnson.
That's the mayor of Chicago. His funky ass. But
yeah.
Wow. Go ahead, sis.
But what they're trying to do, this is what I figured. I'm figuring. I thought there's a chart on currently of cities where people are leaving and going. And they are saying the percentage of how many people are leaving that city and how many people are going. Mm-hmm. So what I saw was New York and Chicago are losing a lot of people. They're the highest ones. So people are moving out of Chicago either for the jobs, the family, mm-hmm. the crime, or whatever. So when those people leave out of Chicago and New York, the Democrats are not going to have a city of fools to keep voting for them. Excuse me for that. But they're not going to have people to keep voting for them. So when they get off these, when they come into the city, these illegals, they have a piece of paper where they tell them where to go, what state to go to. And so remember I gave you that link to mm-hmm. So when Berkram asked them what cities they want to go to, the people say New York, New York, New York.
One of the most expensive cities in the country, but continue.
Exactly. So this is a pandemic. they're planning this invasion so they can cover the I believe to cover the lost people they're losing that is migrating out of those cities. Like California has a large migration. So they have sanctuary cities. See, I think this was a plan for the
Oh yeah,
sanctuary city.
absolutely. It was
To,
absolutely planned, and I have something to follow up on that, but I don't want to interrupt you. But
no, no,
yes,
you
going.
can interrupt, but it's just they're planning this by giving these sanctuary cities money. So then, when these people leave, all their populace move because of the politics of the blue cities, then they can get more blue people to vote, and they're giving them cars, they're giving them driver's license, they're giving them ID cards, they're giving them cell phones, and they're saying, just wait, you'll be able to choose any house you want to choose to live. That's what they're telling the people that are coming in there. And so my friend is in Texas and Houston. And so she's saying there's a lot of crime in Dallas. People are getting killed, the richer people, they're going in their houses at night, but whenever they're shooting them in their cars, they're shooting them in their homes and killing them and taking their stuff. That's what these people were doing. And I said, I bet the police are not doing anything about it. She said, no, I don't think so. And they're doing it in uh, New York as well, in Chicago. They're going into people's houses and taking their stuff and getting rid of them and then taking over. This is their plan, is to replace the Americans. So it says new Americans.
It's a reset,
Uh-huh.
and um, I ran across a video, two videos. Remember when we talk about resets? Because somebody in the comments, and shout out on one of the YouTube videos, it may have even been last week's video, was saying that, are they only resetting America? And I'm like, no, resets are worldwide. I had some videos come across my feed. Hold on a second, gal. Where Europe is talking about the resets as well. And I kind of said straight up, not the reset. They're talking about the migrant issue. Okay. So shout out to the mud flood community when they were saying, talking about the orphan trains and all of that. And I told you all that even back then, it wasn't just about orphan trains coming from Europe over to the Americas, that you also had population shift around Europe as well. It was a worldwide system. When I saw that
Yeah, I heard
particular
that too.
article, I'm like, whoa.
It's everywhere.
Yeah,
That's
this
exactly
this
right.
gives credence to the mud flood community, what they had been saying. So I'll let you continue, sis. I wanted to share a video with the fam regarding a couple of over in Europe. They not feeling it either. But go ahead. I'll let you continue, and then we'll get into the video.
Well, I just wanted to say that because they have the Office of Affairs, Current Affairs. They done changed it to that name because the trafficking, the drugs, the everything is being orchestrated. It's not by happenstance. And now they're worried about the level of terrorism that's coming in because they let them in. And I off the cuff, I heard they're supposed to burn the cities down. The immigrants are coming in, and then in LA, unfortunately, they're going to put the DACA as police officers and give them guns. So I was like, you guys is really crazy. And that's another senator even offered the concept of getting some of the illegals that are coming in guns to become police officers. So that's another move they're about to make. And they don't even have any information about these people that they're about to give guns to. There's no backgrounds on them, nothing. Like they can put us in a data bank, but they can't, yeah, and see who we are, where we were, when we lived, and when we died, whatever. But they don't have that kind of information on them. So that's what I was saying about that. And then, of course, if you don't know, they're doing the impeachment thing on Biden and stuff, and his son, and
Yeah, because that's what I
what I
thought you was
see.
gonna lead with.
No, 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 no. Because it's reverse what you call that stuff? Engineering as far as culture. Now they're putting the white man as the enemy where they had us as the enemy for years. They're reversing this all around. IBM is trying to get rid of white folks off the jobs. It's they're
Oh
doing
wow.
yeah, they're firing white people and demoting white people that don't fire other white people. I said, what? And so, of course, that's violation of federal law, but they don't even care because they're not following the laws anymore. This diversity and inclusion stuff is making people lose their jobs if they're white. They're going after churches, they're going after whiteness, they're going after it all. So there is reverse discrimination. That's what I was looking for. Reverse discrimination. And it's really bad because they did it to us for many, 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 maybe thousands of years, but it wasn't right. It's
It
still
wasn't
not
it
right.
wasn't no thousands of years, but continue.
you know, there was 12 million of us when we got here. That's
Really? You want to
they
back
said
that up? No, 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 no,
no,
no,
no.
no, no, no.
I'll tell you where I got it from. When
I
they
need
had
you
the
to back
Million
that up.
Man March,
Mm-hmm.
when they had the Million Man March, one of the Native American leaders got up there and said that when we got here, when they got here, it was 12 million of us. That's all I got that from. That's what they said at the Minuteman March with Farrakhan and those people. That's where
When
I got that
who
number.
got here?
When the colonists the
Oh,
colonizers
okay.
got here.
That were already here. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
the colonizers, when they got here, was 12 million of us. And so they have,
He
you
still
know,
have that. That's not enough substantiation. But
I don't
okay.
know what the real number was. I just
Yeah,
repeated
but
what he
okay.
said.
Okay.
But there's, of course, there's way more than that because they didn't qualify everybody as an American Indian because of the split they made and made us Negroes. And then they gave the other ones the Indian titles, that went to the reservations and went into the Trail of Tears and all that kind of stuff. But that's what he said at
Yeah,
that
because
minute.
he's pulling the 12 million number
Mm-hmm.
from it sounds like, let me see if I can pull that up. This is why I don't take doctrine. You got to prove to me what you saying. Let me just go and bring this up. Okay, because what I'm not fenced to do, baby, I ain't got it to do to base it on what somebody's saying. We's fencing her.
How many
See,
was it?
see over here in my Cat Williams voice. We're gonna go to sources. So hold that. That's why I don't do generalizations. So we fencing to kill this right now. I'm gonna tell you where he got that 12 million number from. Okay. It's not Rhonda's information. This is from Slave Voyage. Let me make sure I'm displaying. Because, child, last week I was talking my ass off. wasn't displaying nothing. Y'all like, where you read from? Now what you made? It's on the screen. This is from slavevoyages.org. Transatlantic slave trade estimates. Going back from the 1500s all the way to 1875. So when people bring up this 12 million number, you need to understand what it means. That is a total. You see the columns. Spain, 1 million and some change. Brazil, Portugal, 5.8. You can round it up to 6. Great Britain, 3.2. Netherlands, 554,000. Turtle Island is what? Because I don't want y'all to think that Annie is making this shit up. How much was Turtle Island? From the transatlantic slave trade estimates from 1501 to 1866. What's the number for Turtle Island? From 1626 all the way down to 1875. This is their estimates. 305,000. This is their estimates. So when they come to you with a motherfucking 12 million, they're talking about all. It is not exclusive to the USA, i.e. Turtle Island. So that means when we come up in here and say we've done our genealogy and our folks was already here, or we're Black Europeans, we know what the fuck we're talking about. Not only do we have the records, their numbers back it up. So I'm going to say this again for the slow ones in the back. When you hear them talking about some 12 million, they are talking about the total transatlantic slave trade across these different areas. It's not exclusive to the United States, what is known now as the United States, Turtle Island. This is why when I talk about using critical thinking, I mean what I say. Nobody should be able to come to you with the following. Because this ain't Rhonda's data. This ain't Rhonda's database. So when people throw out number, baby, you got to prove it to me. I ain't from the Lou, but shout out to the people from the Lou. When they say, baby, you got to show me I'm from the Lou. Shout out to people from the Lou. Cool as hell. Be cooler than the fan. Cooler than the fan. You got to show me. You got to prove it to me. Again, for the slow ones in the back. On Turtle Island, their numbers say from 1501 to 1866, 305,000. So the highest for the transatlantic slave trade from their numbers is really Brazil with 5.8. Great Britain, okay, but now that we know what we know, this Great Britain numbers, they ain't even all African. Because these numbers are literally Black Europeans that came to did over here. And that is why Black folks can see in their records, and shout out to the ones that's admitting it, Black folks that's admitting, yeah, I got Black European in my lineage. So it would make sense that we are finding more Indian and Black European in our records than African slave. So I'm going to say, let's be clear. When somebody brings some 12 million to you, over 12 million, your mind need to immediately go to this database. You hit them with their own fucking data. Because Rhonda ain't got out the motherfucking bed and made this up. This their data. This what the fuck they say. You make them prove to you what they're saying. I'm going to borrow from the Lou. You got to show me, baby. Show me where you getting that 12 million.
I don't personally think he was an Indian.
I don't care what he was, sis. And no. I need you to understand what I am telling you.
I understand what you're saying.
No.
I really do.
No. Pause for a minute. What I am saying, I'm not downing that gentleman on what he was saying. What I am saying to you, when people throw numbers around, we need to question it. Because as soon as you said 12 million, I immediately know where he got the number from. That's all I'm saying. It has no slight on what he was saying. Because he really was saying somebody lying. There's a lot of more black people here. You're not telling me nothing that I ain't heard him saying because he was having a conversation with Farrakhan. I know exactly who he was talking to. And he's an admixture. But I give him his shout out for saying that they were lying about the numbers. What I am saying to you all, when people throw out numbers, you ask more questions. Don't take generalizations and pass that shit on. Baby, you got to prove it to me. Where you getting that from? That's all I'm saying. The only reason I brought this up was not to discredit that gentleman. I know the conversation. He and Farrakhan was sitting down talking. This is not a slight in what the man was saying. I'm telling you because I asked you, where did he get the number from? That's why I was asking you, because I already know where he was getting the number from. It's a generalization that they use this 12 million, and most 99.9% don't know where that 12 million number comes from. That's my point. I'm sorry, sis, but continue. So again, y'all, when a motherfucker want to come to you about this transatlantic slave, baby, I ain't got nothing to say to you. Slavevoyages.org. You say, my people from motherfucking what now? I'm just going to break this down to Turtle Island. Where your fucking 12 million coming from? Because this is from the 1600s player up to 1875. And even with these estimates, that's still not exclusively 305,000 Africans. Because you also have to take into account actual indigenous Black American Indians being enslaved, moved from port to port, from the Caribbeans to the South, from Canada, So even this 305,000 is not exclusively African. When we say that we're part Black European, 3.25 million. These ain't all folks coming from Africa.
Mm-hmm.
We know that because we see it in the records. We see it on the ship Manifest. So, beloveds, y'all don't have to argue with motherfuckers. See, I'm not finna argue with you no way about who I am. But now, if you want to get on generalization about this African slave trade, baby, I'm just going to send you here. And you going to have to motherfucking explain to me where this 12 million coming from out of Turtle Island. Because I only see 305. Now, when I do it all, I see a total of 12 million. This is what we're talking about. It's time to use critical thinking and drop the fucking doctrine. Start picking up on the code words. Make them prove it. Because soon as you hit somebody with this, that's when the name calling comes into play. You trying to be something you not, you dumb, I done heard I'm drinking, I'm dumb. They used to call me bed wench, but I don't give a fuck about none of that. I could be whatever you need me to be. I'm going to ask you again to motherfucking explain these numbers and this data. Okay? All right, sis. I'm off my rant. Go ahead, sis.
I understand. I appreciate what you said, and that's true. But it was just a big meeting of all. He was discussing the Indian parts of how many were here, and and how they killed them with smallpox and all that kind of stuff. That's what he was saying.
Right, but he's not accurate. The information wasn't accurate.
Well,
and he didn't have
anyway.
he didn't have any ill intent, and it has nothing to do with that gentleman, because he was trying to make the point that indigenous Black Americans were already here.
Yeah, that's what he was saying.
But what I am telling you, and that's not accurate.
That's true.
It's not accurate what he was saying, so we should not be repeating that. What we should be doing is saying, here are the numbers. Who is the they? Who is the they that did the smallpox? Because you got Black Europeans that were ruling. You got Black Europeans that were coming over here, working, marrying within the American Indian culture. So who is the they we talking about? Again, we're not here for doctrine. We're not here to repeat what somebody says. When we know better, we're supposed to pass that information on accurately. Because he may not even know that.
No, I'm not talking about him saying that part. I'm just saying that Ulysses S. Grant was the one that was passing the smallpox around and killing off the Indians, and they were, capturing them and sending them out of the country and put them in slavery, all that kind of stuff. So that was the Indian removal part of it that I put in there. But he was saying that number when he was giving his speech.
I already know. You're not telling me nothing I don't know. I saw the interview. And when he said it in the interview, I was like...
Well, he said it I wasn't at an interview. Yeah.
It was him and Farrakhan talking. I know how the gentleman
No, it wasn't that at all. It wasn't him and Farrakhan. It was the whole million people that was there.
Who said the 12 million?
And one of the Indian chiefs that Farrakhan
I know what I am telling you.
Well,
I
he may
know
say the
who
more
it
times in
was.
different places.
I'm
he may
telling
say
you,
it
I
in
know
many
who the
places.
Indian chief is.
I
And
don't know his
he's
name
not
myself.
indigenous Black American.
No, he was from Dominican Republic or something. He was from the
Sis,
Dominican
look,
Republic.
stop trying to justify.
I'm not justifying
You
anything. I'm just
have
telling you where I
sat
heard
on
it.
this panel for years as we've gone over this information.
I understand.
So you, out of all people, should not be repeating half-cocked, half-ass information. That's my point. His information was inaccurate.
I agree. You just showed it.
So again, beloveds, when you hear people
Yes,
talk
dear.
about the 12 million, just ask simple questions. Baby, where'd you get that number from? And just pull up slavevoyages, plural.org. That's going to shut that shit totally down.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I'm saying.
Well, I'm done with that conversation.
Yeah, I know you finna be done with it. I know you finna be done with it.
I'm done with that conversation.
Babe. You know,
I'm
love
done,
you,
I'm
sis.
done.
It's all good. But shit, I'm not here for it. And I wouldn't have been disrespectful to the gentleman or anything. It just would have been a conversation. Well, Mr. Sir, can you explain to me where you got that number from?
He was on TV.
Doesn't matter. You get my point.
I'm done. Yeah,
You
I
get
know.
my
I got
point,
it.
because I hear people throw that shit around all the time. And again, I'm burned from the Lou. Shout out to my St. Louis people. Y'all cool as hell. Goddamn it, I'm gonna have to be from the Lou. You gotta show me. Where'd you get it from?
They're leaving their places too. That was part of the study of the cities. A lot of the cities people are leaving cities. And I have a chart on that one. I did put that one up there on my computer if we wanted to see it. But there was a lot of people leaving because of the fact there's no jobs, and because of the cost of taxes and cost of living and all kinds of reasons, and family. They had all that as part of their reasoning for leaving the cities.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. Just real quick, I'm just going to show you all that when we talked about this whole migrant thing being a part of a reset plan, I'm telling you all that it's worldwide. So I'm just real quick, I'm going to show this quick video, and then we're going to get to Son Scotty, if he has any go ahead on with the fuckery, Brother Sean, and then we're going to get into the material, okay? All right, y'all. I'm sorry, y'all know how we get, baby. We be trying, and it be Amy's fault, y'all, for going in. All right, so y'all know this is Fox News, but this wasn't exclusively Fox News. There was also another one, I want to say, I can't remember if it was the UK or if it was France. They're having these same exact conversations, all right? So don't think that it's exclusive to Fox News. I couldn't pull some of the other ones because of copyright purposes. So here we go.
Now, we're not the only country with an illegal immigration problem. Of course, we've seen this royal Europe. Sweden, for example, used to be one of the most welcoming nations for refugees who wanted to resettle there. But following a series of riots and a stark rise in crime that's linked to the migrants, they said no more. And they reduced the number allowed to come into the country. The country's new prime minister started what is a dramatic shift to Sweden first last year. And Poland, well, they have a different approach. They have a very strict immigration system there. They've accepted some refugees from neighboring Ukraine, but they will not allow in people from elsewhere, even if they're seeking asylum. My next guest, a Polish member of the European Parliament, is going viral for what he said this week about illegal immigration. And the Biden administration, they should take note.
The lowest unemployment in European Union is Poland. The highest GDP after COVID in European Union is Poland. One of the lowest debts in European Union is Poland. So don't give us this rubbish about the need of educated immigration. We don't need your doctors. We don't need your engineers. Take them all and pay for them. We don't need them. You know why? Because there's a 0 terrorist attacks in Poland. Why? Because there is no illegal migration in Poland. So don't give me this look. Don't give me these arguments about the populism, because this is a fact. This is your data.
Joining me now is Dominik Tarczynski, who's a Polish member of the European Parliament. You just saw in that video. Dominik, it's great to see you tonight. Now,
thank you very much for having me.
The EU decided that this refugee welcoming was very important and a positive development for Europe, all of Europe. And they look down on people like you and Poland in general for its decision to say, no, we have to support and protect our culture, which does not include, the Wahhabist Islamic outlook and Wahhabist policies and traditions. And you say?
We don't care. Well, there's a difference between a refugee and a migrant, especially illegal migrant. As a lawyer, I'm trying to repeat it every single time for years now. They are not refugees, they are criminals. Those who are trying to cross the border illegally are criminals, and as a criminal should be deported, and there is no discussion about it. Our policy is very straight. 0, not even one, never ever will come to Poland if it's illegal. If he's trying to cross our border illegally, he will be punished and deported, not welcomed as we heard. We're not going to pay for them. We're not going to fit them in beautiful rooms in the hotels or anywhere else. They will not stay on Polish soil. They will not stay in Poland. Poland, as I said in the parliament, and I'm trying to repeat it, Poland is the only country in the European Union without any terror attack. We haven't had any terror attacks in Poland because there is no illegal migration. That's why every single time I'm trying to say, be like Poland, be brave, believe in your own nations. But most of these spineless politicians in here in Brussels are destroying their own countries. I must say, Mr. Trump was right about the wall. He built a beautiful wall. Can you imagine America now without a wall? Poland built a wall. We have a great wall, and no one is able to enter. No one is able to come to Poland. And as we promised, our government promised in 2015, not even one will come to Poland ever.
Well, Dominik, you will continue to support allowing Ukrainian refugees, genuine refugees, into Poland during this war, correct?
Well, you have to remember that our situation is completely different than America and Americans. We are a neighboring country with Ukraine, and by the international law, those who came to Poland, over 2 million, mainly women. One of the lowest debts in European Union.
Oh, damn. Sorry,
Poland.
y'all. My part. My bad.
And no one is able to enter. No one is able to come to Poland. And as we promised, our government promised in 2015, not even one will come to Poland ever.
Well, Dominik, you will continue to support allowing Ukrainian refugees, genuine refugees, into Poland during this war, correct?
Well, you have to remember that our situation is completely different than America and Americans. We are a neighboring country with Ukraine, and by the international law, those who came to Poland, over 2 million, mainly women and children, are honest, genuine refugees. But our law was changed for some time to support them financially, support them with education, with the healthcare, and all they need to live in Poland. But for many reasons, recently Mr. Zelensky seems very ungrateful, I must say, and our law might be changed. We don't have to support them with all these benefits like financial support, We don't have to do it. We wanted to do it. We decided to do it, but we don't have to do it anymore. And I think our contracts, while ended, will not be extended.
All right, Dominique, it's great to see you. I'm half Polish, so of course I love interviewing the Poles. Thank you so much for joining us.
Hey, Sean Hannity here.
All right, child. Poland, like, no fucks are given on our part. We said no. So, son Scotty made a good point. He's like, yeah, but those attacks are coming, outside of countries or whatever. And I put in the comments, yeah, just stand on what you say. Okay?
Yeah,
Poland man, be like Auntie Rhonda. If you want to contact me to get a scarf, baby, I'll send you a pack of scarves. I buy them in bulk. I will send you a pack, baby. You can put your scarf on and say I said what the fuck I said.
Yeah,
you want to come through come here. You have to do it the right way, because see what people not saying, they want to tap dance around this immigration issue. There are people that have come to the U.S. with coming here the right way from an immigration perspective. Filling out the application, putting the money. It takes a lot of time, a lot of money. That's a slap in their face who following all what they need to follow. Get the fuck out of here. So even the people that are immigrants who came here the right way, they're pissed. This ain't about racism. We see the game for what it is. They're doing reset populations around the world. And it's enough people awake to say, nah, we ain't feeling that, bruh. We not feeling that. Okay? So I just wanted to share that with y'all. All right. So yeah, us is known, you like the youngins say, purr. I love that. Y'all did that shit. When I first heard that, I was like, well, all right then, I'm finna use that purr. Yeah. Shit. Okay, so with that said,
Hey, sis.
Yes, sir.
Going back to what Sis Sandra was saying, as far as for the undocumented police workers, I don't think they're undocumented. I think they know exactly who they hiring.
Mm.
I believe it's UN soldiers or something of that nature, because since these groups of men have been coming in, and specifically that Asian batch, they don't look like fighters. But we get a big flux of Asians, and all of a sudden we get all these cyber attacks jumping up. See, people forget that this is a information war and also a war for the mind. And so people keep thinking it's going to be these physical wars where all these bombs and stuff going off. No, they ain't got to do that. As you see with their technology, with whatever area they want cleared out, they just
clear it. Great point.
They ain't asking for permission. They ain't waiting for people to move. None of that shit.
Right.
No, they're just gonna get rid of you.
Yeah, they give you one offer. Once you say no, you ain't selling. Then stuff happens. I mean,
right. Yeah. You have to change your title.
A natural disaster. Supposedly and allegedly.
You know, Brother Sean, you're right, because I was watching Alex Jones today, and he was showing a trailer of a movie of a civil war that's to take place in 2024. And
I saw.
You saw it?
Yeah, I saw the trailer.
So they're planning the takedown. It's not by mistake
What they're
that they're doing
planning is the next part of the script that you're supposed to go along with.
Exactly.
it. Yeah, exactly. And you
Just
know that
like with the whole, just like with the whole Obama and them Netflix thing,
the
lined right up with this cyber attack, and
Obama.
you
Oh
know,
yeah. Oh,
the,
I saw that
the
too.
yeah, but the thing is, if people are still being entertained and saying, "Oh, I saw this, that, or the other," in a movie, and then you put all your energy into that, didn't you just manifest?
Exactly.
I didn't see other
Because
people.
all they done was put the thought out there. They just put the
Right.
distraction out there for you. It's up to you whether or not you put your energy into that and manifest that. And
Mm,
as far as for New York, I don't think that's going the way they planned it. I mean,
No,
you do give all of those illegals homes,
Yeah. Now they want to get
et
out because
cetera.
that coal on that
it's
ass.
cold as getting
I,
in
I'm,
there.
I'm
You
just,
know.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, even if they place them in homes,
Mm-hmm.
how long are they going to be able to sustain them taxes and everything? The
Shit.
rich people
Exactly.
are leaving New
New
York. The
York. Yep.
businesses are
Yep.
leaving New York. The poor folks still there in New York.
I don't know why, baby. I can't do it. But
They
yeah.
can't afford to leave.
They can.
Oh,
Yeah,
I,
that's
I
true.
didn't
That's
think
true.
about it like that. Okay.
hmm
Okay.
You know what's
And
going to happen?
now that they're taking the money from them and the programs from them,
It's going to get worse.
Yeah, that's what they're
they
talking
gonna
about. That's exactly
force
what they're saying.
them into fighting those other people. That way, ain't none of their people in the way.
Interesting. Interesting.
Because as far as for going back to the smallpox thing or whatever, didn't they say that they was emptying out their prisons and their infirmaries and sending
Yeah,
motherfuckers
yeah,
there?
yeah.
Uh huh.
They got leprosy and all kinds of stuff coming in.
So I mean, the whole plague thing, all that, none
hmm
of that's new. It's all part of the same old script.
Right.
It is. It is.
Absolutely.
And it's just unfortunate. Fortunate or unfortunate, we'll sit up and watch these Marvel movies and talk about
No, I know what you
this
mean.
superhero nine
hmm
ether beam stuff, this, that, or the other, turning into diamond crystal beams, but s- still running to this man, still living in fear.
Yep.
I mean, actually volunteering
Is that what the
to get
movie is?
jabbed and rejabbed and rejabbed and just whatever they offer, sit up and talk about what they put in McDonald's and Taco
Oh, I
Bell and
heard that too.
how this is in here and they
Where did I
use
hear that
this in
from? Oh,
there and
where?
yet and still motherfuckers don't stop going.
Mm.
It's just, I mean, I don't know what to say. Consider I don't know what to say. I digress.
I
You know,
hear you.
I want to say this though too. There is an event that's supposed to happen next year. I think it's August the 8th. Is the second half of that eclipse is going to hit in Cargo, Illinois. No, Cairo, Illinois. Excuse me.
Mm-hmm.
And they probably are trying to do rituals. That's what I figured out. I said, oh, they're gonna try to do some rituals and stuff when that stuff happens. Um, but it's supposed to
You
hit
say
in
when?
uh, 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 April the 8th. I think it's April 8th
Of, of what
next year.
year?
Next year, 24.
2024?
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
And I'm about to scratch because now my nerves is getting bad. And here's why my nerves is getting bad. Rachel, I gotta lift up the scarf to scratch. That's why I be having this scarf on, yeah. Because when I have my hair down, I be. So what?
Nothing. I'm just good putting it out there.
So, but why? What are you gonna do about it?
I'm not gonna do anything about it.
Okay, that's my point.
To me, it's a symbolism, really. That they're going to use.
Blink, blink.
And nobody
let
should
me
fall
lift
for
up
it.
this motherfucking scarf.
And scratch.
Yeah. Have to oil my scalp with my Indian hemp grease. Y'all know that shit still exists. Okay, that's what my mama and them and Big Mama and them used to oil my motherfucking scalp with back in the day. So I'm gonna have to oil my shit before I go to bed tonight, because now my motherfucking nerves is bad. So what?
Nothing. They got Taylor Swift up there doing her ritual.
So what?
Nothing. It's just they're doing rituals because they can't keep the planet. They can't keep their bargain themselves.
Okay,
in power.
and we know all of that.
It's going down. That's just why I was just looking at all the stuff.
But if their power is going down, why are you constantly mentioning a they? And I ask, what are you going to do about it? And I ran somebody off my panel because they kept coming up here telling me what the motherfucking white man did and how the white man is the devil. And as a motherfucking man, see, I have an issue with a man telling me another man is oppressing him. Well, nigga, what the fuck can you do for me? What are you gonna do about it? Brush over that shit with a white man. Nigga, I'm fencing to ask you again. See, now you finna make me go in my motherfucking purse and get my knife, have my hand on my knife for my piece. If you say what the white man is doing one more motherfucking time, I'ma cut you, shoot you.
Softy grease.
So what? What are you gonna do about it? Okay, yeah. That's how you end that conversation.
17.
Because the narrative should be create the world you want. Not complain and talk about what Zaddy is gonna do, what he doing 4, 5, 6, and 7. It's okay for us to give awareness. But I will not on this platform keep talking about from a sense of not being empowered. It's not the message I want to send out to the ethers. So when I say, what are you going to do about it? I am doing it for a purpose. From a consciousness purpose and a subconscious purpose and an alchemy purpose. Because if all we're going to do is use these platforms to play the poor me game, what message are we sending the next generation? And that's as a woman and as men. I do not allow men to sit in my company and complain about what another man is doing to him. And when I ask, what are you going to do about it? And nigga, you brush over it. I'm going to run you the fuck up off my panel. And don't think you finna cheese and grin and want to breathe in my motherfucking face. Because you just showed me a position of weakness. That's a position of weakness. Not another melanated man hurting your motherfucking ego. That's a position of weakness. When you constantly complain about someone suppressing you and what they're going to do to you, and I just simply ask the question, what are you going to do about it? We are supposed to be creators. And you change it with your thoughts and what you speak. You speak shit into existence. That's what Brother Sean keep trying to say over and over and over and over again. It's okay to give people awareness, but if you can't follow it up with some type of solution, that's in a position of weakness, as far as I'm concerned. That's why I get angry. I will not participate in passing down to the next generation the white zaddy. And when I simply ask, what are you going to do about it? I can hear a rat piss on cotton. It's not acceptable to me. I'm sorry. All right, sis. I know I've been getting you tonight. All right. Okay. All right. Son Scott, do you have any go ahead on with the fuckery?
Yeah, just real quick, not really like something big, just little moments to go ahead on with the fuckery. Because, you know, like Brother Sean saying, you know, we see these things, these moments, we shouldn't be getting, you know, caught up and distracted by it. Yeah, we see it for what it is, but keep it moving. What you got going on, what you creating. But in the never-ending saga of the actors of the reset narrative, you have, I don't know if anyone saw this little communication between or among Andrew Tate, Elon, and Alex Jones.
Oh yeah.
You know, it's like we in the age where we see that both sides is working together. And it's strategically set up. And then you have this like with, you know, what's going on in the world. Is they real or is they not? You know, the series of constantly having to bend the knee and genuflect and bow in supplication to recognize, you know, these people and their cause. And so I just thought it was interesting that so the conversation around letting him back, Alex Jones, back on to X, formerly Twitter and whatnot. And then you have this man, Andrew Tate, you know, fresh out of Romanian prison for his trafficking, you know, on house arrest. And then you have, you know, this, you know, technocrat all on a call. And I just find it very interesting that we just have these like cheerleader boys who do not really represent the people out here swaying the narrative that's so blatant. So that's one thing. My other thing was going to movies. I don't know if anybody has seen these movies recently. The one that, the one that I thought of just now when Brother Sean was talking about cybersecurity. If anyone's seen Leave the World Behind on Netflix, which is in that round where it's a cyber attack.
I haven't seen it yet. I haven't seen it.
Anybody seen it? Well, check that out. I'm not going to give anything away. We can talk about it later if people seen it. But the bringing in, you know, Asian countries and an invasion, and you think it's going to be all this blowing up and all this type of stuff, but it's something so insidious, like taking away the internet. You don't have GPS. Your transportation, attacking transportation and communication. These very foundational institutions that are also the first acts of war. Taking out the communication, transportation, biowarfare, it ain't gonna be what you think it is. My other movie report, going back to, indigenous people and, titles and names and who is this people and who's on the land and the migrations of people. I don't know if anyone's seen the movie Killers of the Flower Moon.
Say it again.
Killers of the
Flower Moon.
Oh no, I ain't. What? Okay, let me write this down because I be the main one. Now what's Scotty?
Yeah, so Leave the World Behind is the cyber attack movie. Okay. Check that one out. And then the other movie is called Killers of the Flower Moon. So this is a movie. This shit is fucking crazy. It's Martin Scorsese.
Oh, but yeah, that's going to be hitting.
It's about, so it was good, but it also made me mad at the same time because, so it's about the Osage people. So these are the Native American people who are in Oklahoma in the 1920s. And they being moved around because, the white people coming in and they want to move them around for, land resources, all that type shit. So the Osage people that already got moved around, and then they thought they was, moving them where it was like gravel and dirt and rocks and shit, but they ended up moving them to where it was a whole bunch of oil. So they get fucking rich as a motherfucker, whatnot. Then, the white people come back and they start marrying in to the women, the indigenous, the Native American women, marrying in and then taking them out, and then taking not just the women that they was marrying into, like different men that were the Native Americans, taking them out to take their oil, take their jewels, take all of their money. And the shit was so crazy. Now, the other layer that was crazy about it was that it was giving me all these references to so this is the same period in the same state as Black Wall Street. And these people, Native Americans, is right over here going through this. And then so the colored people who, didn't take the deal or whatnot, Trail of Tears, all of that, Tulsa, Oklahoma, is going through the same thing. There was even a scene where someone's home gets bombed. And now, mind you, these are Native American looking women, pale, barely even got any melanation. And so during this scene, one of these scenes where a house gets bombed, they running through the house and they're like, it's just like Tulsa. It's just like Tulsa. And I was like, wait, were these the people that was in Tulsa or were they Black people, melanated people?
Right. And so now that didn't change too. Do you think they was making a reference, or do you think they was trying to do some hidden revisionism?
So it's based off a book. I'm thinking that it's both of those because the Osage people was really real. So, I'm feeling like, this is where we see where the difference. You got the naming, you got the government naming these people as Native Americans being indigenous on this land, and then you got the renaming of these other people, and so they get the ownership of the Indian story.
Right.
And so they were referencing the real Tulsa, but also kind of making it seem like it was them. And I don't know, maybe they did, it was like, these Native American Indians over here and the Black Indians over here, and they were both getting done, shit too, because they were on the land. And so, but whatever the case may be, I find it
sure.
very interesting that how Hollywood can continuously have these stories of the Native American and going in. Leonardo DiCaprio's in it. Martin Scorsese directed it, but they really was showing you how, and they even had this one scene where, because the main man that's leading it, he's like a Mason, a 32nd degree Mason. They even have a scene in there where he fucking is basically initiating Leonardo DiCaprio's character, like with the paddle, like bend him over, took the Bible off the thing, made him kneel, paddled him and everything, and basically taught him how to dupe these people out of their land, out of their resources, out of their money. And that was like the whole thing.
Mm.
Wow. Did Son Scotty, the Soul Light, shout out to the Soul Light, said that movie is about Sarah Rector and her oil.
See?
Now y'all know I got my homework this weekend. So, Son Scotty, do you know who she is? That's another.
Yes, I've heard of Sarah Rector before. She was like a young indigenous melanated girl, like young, and found oil on the land, and she was like the richest person in the Americas.
Yep.
Yeah, I remember her.
I'm finna pull up this baby. I'm gonna show a picture of her.
And I was even
sweet.
tripping out during one of their little ceremonies. They was doing one of their, indigenous ceremonies. And then I'm just in my mind, like, these people look like straight from Siberia, just here. They even say the land that we came from. They're trying to take the land that we came to. And I was like,
oh, well, at least they were honest on that part in their little defense.
But they had said a word that was a spiritual word in their ceremony, and it sounds just like Wakanda. So they saying Wakanda. And I was like, wait, are they saying Wakanda?
Oh, I'm finna watch that, and I'm gonna have my little notebook. We could talk about it next week. Just pause for me, son. Don't forget if you have any other. Go ahead on with the fuckery. Thank you, the Soul Light. Now I'm finna have my little notebook. And sis Nonya says, Sarah Rector, her census says that she was Indian. Okay, so I just pulled this up. But there is a Wikipedia on her also, and we could jump over and see that. So this is this baby's picture. Okay,
born in Taft. He was born out in California here.
So you see 1902, okay? Sarah Rector received international attention at the age of 11 when the Kansas City Star in 1913 publicized the headline, "Millions to a Negro Girl." From that moment, Rector's life became a cauldron of misinformation, legal and financial maneuvering, and public speculation. Rector was born to Joseph and Rose Rector on March 3rd, 1902, in a two-room cabin near Twine, Oklahoma, on Muskogee Creek Indian allotment land. Both Joseph and Rose had enslaved Creek ancestry, and both of their fathers fought with the Union Army during the Civil War.
Union?
When Oklahoma statehood became imminent in 1907, the Dawes Allotment Act divided Creek lands among the Creeks and their former slaves with a termination date of 1906. Okay, so over here, when they talk about slavery, you got to understand the true accurateness of slavery. This is why it's important. I don't let nobody come with the fuck shit on these numbers. Okay? Because it wasn't no 12 million African slaves over here in the Americas. It's only, this is their records now. This ain't Rhonda making this up. It's only 305. 11,000. Okay? So the chances of her being an African slave is very, very low. Okay? But her being an Indian slave or / prisoners of war, that's a little bit more accurate. Okay? All right. This is why it's important. When people throw out data, baby, I'm from the Lou. You got to show me. Rector's parents, Sarah Rector, herself, her brother, Joe Jr., and sister Rebecca all received land. Lands granted to former slaves were usually the rocky lands of poorer agricultural quality. Rector's allotment of 160 acres was valued at $556, primarily to generate enough revenue to pay the $30 annual tax bill. In February 1911, Rector's father leased her allotment to Devonian Oil Company of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. In 1913, however, her fortunes changed when Wildcat oil driller B.B. Jones produced a gusher that brought in 2,500 barrels a day. Rector now received an income of $300 per day. So remember, this was back in 1911. Once this wealth was made known, Rector's guardianship was switched from her parents to a white man named T.J. Porter, an individual personally known to the Rectors. Multiple.
Can I just insert something there?
Absolutely, son.
They made
ahead.
a point of that in the movie to show that they had guardians. They had guardians, which were always the white men that controlled everything, all of their money. They had to go into the bank and tell them that they were an incompetent. That was like their status. They were an incompetent, and they had to get permission from their guardian to spend their money.
Absolutely. And baby, they done made me re-scratch up in this scarf. And I know this story. Shit. So, let me see. Multiple new wells were also productive, and Rector's allotment subsequently became part of the famed Cushing Drumright Field in Oklahoma. In the month of October 1913, Rector received 11,000. We're just going to round it up to 12,000. Once her identity became public, Rector received numerous requests for loans, money, gifts, and even marriage proposals from 4 Germans, even though she was 12.
Yes.
In 1914.
That's another thing, too. The man, he was of that persuasion of them, them ish people.
Right.
Was the ones that was doing it.
Right. In 1914, the Chicago Defender published an article claiming that her estate was being mismanaged by grafters and her ignorant parents, and that she was uneducated, dressed in rags, and lived in an unsanitary shanty. National, here we go with the, we don't deal with this African American, black motherfucking Europeans. Probably mixed with American Indigenous Indians, but I'm going to say black Europeans. But whatever the case may be, they wasn't no African Americans. Became concerned about her welfare. None of the allegations were true. Rector and her siblings went to school in Taft, an all-black town closer than Twine. They lived in a modern 5-room cottage, and they owned an automobile. So in other words, they was lying, okay? They was telling a bald-faced lie. That same year, Rector enrolled in the Children's House, a boarding school for teenagers at Tuskegee Institute in Alabama. When Rector turned 18 on March 3rd, 1920, she left Tuskegee and her entire family moved with her to Kansas City, Missouri. By this point, Rector, who now owned stocks and bonds, a boarding house and a bakery, and the Busy Bee Cafe in Muskogee, Oklahoma, as well as 2,000 acres of prime river bottomline, was a millionaire. The family moved into what would be known as the Rector Mansion. Legal wranglings over Rector's estate and some mismanagement continued until she was 20. That year, Rector married Kenneth Campbell. And the reason I called out that Campbell, because that Campbell name, prominent Black European Campbells, was one of those families over in Europe. Shout out to Lee Cummings. We're going to go over some of his work tonight. He showed the land territory over in the UK. I want to say it was Scotland that the Campbells owned. They were a motherfucking powerhouse over in Europe. So now the way Rhonda's mind works, you got this rich American Indian woman. She's a millionaire. And then she winds up marrying a Campbell. That name was prominent in Europe and Black Europeans. I'm just telling you how Rhonda's mind thinks. Okay? So that year she married Kenneth Campbell, and the couple had 3 sons, Kenneth, Leonard, and Clarence. Much was publicized about her extravagant spending on luxuries. But, baby, that's her business. But anyhow, her marriage to Campbell ended in 1930, and in 1934, she married William Crawford. When Rector died at age 65 on July 22nd, 1967, her wealth was diminished, but she still had some working oil wells and real estate holdings. Sarah Rector was buried in Taft Cemetery in Oklahoma. Okay, so that's from this particular website, Black Path Store. So that's the story of Sarah Richter. So thank you for bringing that up, son. I definitely just wanted to use that as a moment to talk about that. And thanks to some who in the chat, baby. I know the Soul Light. Thank you, baby, for nailing that. Now I'm going to definitely look at that movie, and with that information, I'm going to look at it in a different light. So thank you for that. All right, son. I'll let you continue. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I wanted to stop so we can make sure that whoever wasn't familiar with Sarah Rector, they would know who she is.
No, that was perfect because I had heard of her before, but that reference wasn't coming to my mind while I was watching it. But I was just like, it was too many things. Like, I'm like, okay, I know this is based on a book, and I know the Osage are real people, but it just seems like they took these real people and just superimposed them onto the indigenous melanated people story.
Yep.
Because there was even a scene where the white people that was marrying in, the grandparents was like at the table. They was all at the table, and they were looking at the children, their grandchildren, and they were commenting on how they were so dark and all that. I'm like,
child, wait a minute. Say that again, son. I'm looking for this information on the Campbells. But baby, now what you say now?
They was talking about how the grandchildren, so the children of the Native American woman and the white man, was so dark. And I'm like, y'all gotta be kidding me, because they didn't even cast like dark skinned Native American people. It was basically two pale skinned people having children, and the children was just as pale. So I'm like, that didn't really make sense for their story, and it seems like something they should have left out.
They're talking in code. They're talking in code.
It's like,
though.
No, that was an instance where probably it was the Indian, the melanated Indian,
exactly,
and the white European, Asian, whatever you want to call them, coming in, because that would make sense why they saying, oh, the child is dark.
Right. Child. Yeah, so just to make sure I'm clear, son, that one, what you talking about, that's Killers of the Flower Moon, right?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna be watching that first.
You know, DJ.
So it's long as hell, though.
That's okay. I'm glad you told me that. So if I gotta split it up, I might have to get my notebook, baby, and just dissect that, because seems like they talking in code.
People would be they can't even release the story. Like, they gonna release something where it's like, okay, Sarah Rector, that seemed like it was melanated Europeans and melanated Indians for the most part.
Right.
So they'll let something like that be made a movie first before they let it be like, oh, this is when it was, first they would have to tell the whole story that actually we displaced the real indigenous people and we put these people in as proxies.
Exactly.
And then we changed these people's identities,
Exactly.
But if you watch that movie and you just see it as, just put, Black American Indians in them roles, like, and just be like, oh my God, and see how a lot of them got off scot-free, just marrying in, like, straight up taking these people out, poisoning, another storyline when the woman had diabetes and she had to get insulin. And they was like doing, it's just so crazy. Y'all gotta watch it, because it's like really, really fucked up how, and it's not to get into an argument of who's the indigenous to that, like doing that to any person, coming in and having the support of, the institutions around you, the law, the police, the judges, helping, to do this, in the case of like Tulsa, Oklahoma, and Black Wall Street and all that, like, bombs being dropped down by the government, by the police, by the military. So like,
right,
it would be a lot putting our own country on blast. But yes, if you just watch it just with that, seeing through all the hijack, this may have happened to the Osage people, but if it happened to them, it most definitely happened to the indigenous melanated people at a much larger scale, because we the ones been here.
Absolutely. Just real quick, shout out to Lee Cummings, because we was coming to his work anyway tonight. I know he's got a section on the Campbells. But I did find in the book, all right, so I'm on, and I keep telling y'all, to me, his work, they're collector's items. I have the Negro Question Part 6, the 13 Black Colonies, the Negro Question Part 4, the Missing Link, and then the Negro Question Part 7, the Swarthy Memoirs of a Black American Revolutionary. Shit, I was messing it up. I used to know it in French. Nonetheless, okay? But tonight, what we just went over talking about the Campbells, this is coming off of the Negro Question Part 6, the 13 Black Colonies by Lee Cummings. Go on Amazon, not that expensive. Pick up some copies. Y'all see how I get down. I be having my little notes. I do read, okay? Shit. That's why I be needing my own books, because I can flip to it. And I'm going to have to, the Campbells, because my BFF, she is a Campbell. And so when I saw that, I'm like, Sass, go to page, blah, blah, blah. But I know he put something else in here on the Campbells, but on the page 5 of the Negro Question, part 6, the 13 black colonies, he has the territory of all of these black European families, and the Campbell name is there right along with the Stewarts. Okay. So, and if I'm not mistaken, he had something else here on the Campbells, but he literally drew a map of Scotland. Okay, I wasn't wrong. Okay, it was Scotland. Okay. So that's why when I saw, wait a minute, this American Indian woman was a millionaire and she married a Campbell. Oh, okay. Okay. All right, so that's all I had to say on that. Okay. So thanks so much, son Scotty, on that. That's a great
and
drop.
just on that part, you see how not too long ago people in our community, whether they be from the indigenous here or over in Europe, they was paying attention to who they married.
Absolutely. It wasn't no joke back in the day. Exactly. It wasn't no joke. Okay? So look how far we have fallen now. I'm not saying you got to marry a MF that you like, I ain't even attracted to this person, because a lot of that went on too. You ain't feeling them and they ain't feeling you. So goddamn it, we both fencing to have affairs on each other. We not even saying that. I can speak for myself, but I'm giving the benefit of the doubt to my co-host as well. We ain't even saying that. But just to be laying up with somebody and procreating and laying up, no, but who you is, who your people them is. So very, very great point. Very, very great point, son Scotty. All right, brother Sean. Son, did you have anything else? We'll go ahead on with the fuckery. But this was a great drop. We actually got into American Indians, Black Europeans. So, brother Sean, you have any? Go ahead on with the fuckery before we sis Nonya, it is protecting the bloodline from degeneracy. Shit. I'm sorry. Go ahead on, brother Sean. You have any? Go ahead on with the fuckery. Talking about a blue face and a snaggle tooth whore. He look nasty like he got BD. She look like she got BD. She done killed 179 babies and then they have babies and just a hot motherfucking mess. Fuck out of here with that. Sorry, go ahead on, brother Sean. Shit.
Well, actually, I'm good. I'm just waiting for you to get into the material.
Okay, because you're trying to see how the material unfolds. That we said that. Well, because he had just cussed everybody out. Da 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 da. You motherfuckers, blah blah blah. Okay, you have anything additional? No, I'm just waiting on to see how the material unfolds. I'm like, well, all right then. We boosh ghetto over here, goddamn it. We could cuss you out or be intellectual. Take your pick. People say to me, you know your mouth is dirty. Don't worry about that. What way you want it? You want the Southern Belle, the loving, nice, nurturing mother person, because I love to love up on people. But if you bring me that fuckery, I'ma hand you your ass. Sorry. But anyhow. All right, let's continue. So again, we are using we're gonna get into his stuff. So we're using Egmond Codfried's work, publication that he put together called Blue Blood is Black Blood Museum. Okay, so hold on. Let me share my screen because that's what I did last week and I was just talking. Y'all like, what you reading from? Sis. Damn, it's 10 o'clock already. But in our defense, we did get a lot of other stuff in. We had to talk about it. Damn it. Okay. So shout out to Brother Egmond Codfried. We truly, truly appreciate and value your work. Okay. So, and he put the first edition out in 2013. Okay. All right. So, he started out saying this is really the true Rembrandt painting. Okay. Now, look like brothers to me. All right. Okay. So we're going to pick up where we left off. Bear with me.
Who's smoking the Dutch Masters mostly today?
Huh? What you say, son?
No, and I was just saying that who's smoking the Dutch Masters mostly today?
Right, pass.
That's the same image that's on the blunt wrap.
Yeah, I was too through when you said that. I said, baby, what? I did not know that.
American Indian niggas smoking on them Dutch niggas product.
Right. Right. And like I said last week, I think it was last week or the week
and
before.
the fact that it's called a Dutch Master. That's the name of it. Dutch Master.
Right. Master. All that part. Not no Caucasian Dutch. You're talking black folks Dutch. Okay? That's why when I say people want to come over here talking about something we ghetto, okay, we'll take all that. But at the end of the day, why the fuck you over here? Put that in your pipe and smoke it. And remember, whatever you smoking on, unless it's methamphetamine, them, if it's some herb or if it's some coca that's been sliced and diced with some ingredients, you pharmaceutical folks know the formula. Auntie don't know the formula. That shit from America too. Now you say what now, baby? When? Okay, that's what I thought. Okay, so let's get back into the material, as Brother Sean say. Let's see how it unfolds. All right. So he's going through, telling you William of Orange, black. All right. Stuart's name, black. Charles Stewart, black boy. Blackety, black, black. Black, black, black. All right. So let's get to where we left off. Oh, I apologize that I'm making y'all dizzy. All right. Okay. So I think we're gonna pick up right here. Let me take this off, and y'all let me know. I think this is where we left off. I try to highlight it. So I can't remember last week if I took off the highlight from last time. Modern research suggests that the poor image of the Catholic Inquisition is probably more related to the Dutch Reformation that opposed Spanish rule and Catholicism and to justify the oppression of Catholics in the Netherlands. For example, it is plausible that both John Stedman, ain't Oprah's boyfriend, boyfriend named Stedman, but I keep going.
Yep.
It is plausible that both John Stedman and Voltaire had a bone to pick with the Dutch in their literary works and therefore painted a more negative picture of the Suriname planters. So much so that Surinamese people today cannot see past the graphically depicted atrocities. In my treatise, I indicate that at least two of the specific Customs, murdered by Stedman against Maria Susanna de Plessis. Okay, remember that was in Dutch. Yeah, because remember I couldn't translate that. Oh, I forgot to look for how to translate my translator. It went missing on here. But anyhow, furthermore, I note that because of the different circumstances surrounding Maria Susanna, the accusations against this emancipated woman are more related to her father as spokesman for the Ceremonese Republicans and slander by her greedy second husband, Stockard, 1748 to 1804, while later abolitionists and nationalists built on the myths surrounding this woman for their own noble aims. Okay, so those of you that, not those of you, one person came in the comments saying pretty much he didn't have no sources. Now, baby, as Annie said, that I had got that F on that paper. I had to redo. You see this little footnote? That's going to denote, beloved, a source. Emancipation has been a fact for 41 years. Suriname has been independent for 29 years. Time to draw a line under the bill and look further. The question then arises whether what Stonafutu nationalism among the old generation should still be of this time, and whether genealogy should be inspired by nationalism or ethnocentrism. And I just find this hilarious, because why should it be either? Your genealogy is your genealogy. But we're going to continue. That's really interesting. In any case, real Ceremonese nationalists should not be in the Netherlands. Reparations sound reasonable, but the decades-long practice is that development aid, even through NGO, does not get any further than organizing poverty in Suriname. I think it's Suriname. I think that's the enunciation of it. If not, forgive us. Now, I want to say this. You see why when we have the discussions of reparations, none of this stuff is new, and it's worldwide issues. And this is why it's important for you to know who you are and to kind of understand true history. Not what they're telling you, but true history. And this is why this whole discussion today with reparations in the Americas, specifically Turtle Island, or what they're calling the United States today, is going nowhere. Because like I said, they're arguing on the wrong premise. Not the fact to get reparations. You're arguing on the wrong premise. Because anytime you bring up African slave, you ain't fencing to get nothing. And if you want to know why Annie say that, see, I don't come to play. I'm not for the foolery and the fuckery. These numbers right here blows out your African slave trade reparations narrative. Now, Annie then tried to put you on game. Let me scratch up in this motherfucking scarf again, because my nerves done got re bad. You're having the wrong conversation. You shouldn't be going for reparations on the African slave trade. You're going to go nowhere fast. Because, see, the they that people like to talk about, you know, white zaddy them, that are the face of control, they understand the true history. They understand that it wasn't 12 million Africans brought to the Americas. They even understand that their Caucasianness also fit in that narrative of slavery. So I'm going to say to the people with reparations, I'm putting you up on game. It's not about not getting it. I'm telling you, you're having the wrong conversation, and this is why. You have that conversation based on your true heritage. So it is time to use critical thinking. No one should be able to come and give you a generalization. Everybody that's black in America were African slaves. We fencing to go for reparations. Okay? All right. All right. I do not rule out that some officials will benefit from it in the sense that they will get a job in their profession, but not to the mass of the marginalized ceremonies, people who would be the subject of all the work. See, these are the same conversations being had today. This is why I say critical thinking and watch patterns. And when you understand true history, you can see these patterns repeating themselves. That's why those of us that know this information, it is our responsibility to shut down the falsehoods. Okay? Now, whether or not somebody want to believe once you present the facts, that, baby, that's on them. All right. Reason why I believe in providing tools to individuals, fishing nets instead of the fish. History as a pep talk, history as a safety net. Okay, so that's a quote from somebody, baby, and I don't feel like going to the all you got to do is hover over it. All right. So that's his source. When, as a Ceremonese Dutchman, I cast my own net and wrote a treatise on Belle van Zuylen, 1741 to 1804. The Dutch writer, I find that she had a colored grandmother, Maria Jacoba van Goor. However, the origins of her color is still shrouded in mystery, but that there is very direct connection between Suriname and Belle in the person of Pierre Alexander de Perrault. Now, I'm probably butchering that. He was a contemporary of Maria Susanna and an absent Ceremonese plantation owner. Maria Susanna was a half brother through her Pichat, related to the Calderics because of a great aunt, Marie Pichat, who married Zacharias. Their son married normally the interest would end here, because what is there left to say about a slave owner? My play, oh wow, he done plays and everything. Yeah, I might have to reach out to him. My play about Maria Susanna, in which I at least made her a human being and a person instead of a hellish bitch or monstrosity, yielded a pedantic answer from some that I identified with the oppressor, and in doing so denied my ancestry. So, all right, so that's Codfried, right? I figured that was him, and I'm just going over these sources, since, some people want to think people just wake up out of the bed and come up with this stuff. All Surinamese people know that the white masters enthusiastically mixed with slave women and free women of color. It is told of mulattoes, of domestic slaves who were favored and betrayed their black brothers. Mulatto slaves were the children or brothers of their own masters and had mixed loyalties. Ooh, shoot. Sorry, I'm itching, y'all. I'm telling y'all, made my nerves bad. A massive DNA test will show that African Surinamese, regardless of their color, intrinsically African, Indian, European, Jewish, if that exists, and Asian genetic material. Just like how their language and culture show African, Native Americans, Europeans, and Asian characteristics. Genealogical research shows that not all of our own family ancestors or foremothers walked a straight line, but there's no reason not to recognize them as ancestors. Okay, so in other words, if you got mixture all up through your bloodline, hey, it is what it is. Or leave.
Also,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Hijack, he's saying that so the indigenous people in Suriname is from Africa.
Yes.
That's the part we need to dodge.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's just saying that it's a mixture, because it's like different places have a different name for when it's the melanated indigenous person, when it's the pale Caucasian person, and when it's the Asiatic Mongol person mixing. In different places, they call them different things. Like they're going to call it a mulatto over here. If you go to South Africa, they call them people colored. And so these colonizing terms are being applied in different regions based on how they is mixing the people.
Exactly. So this is why we say, when I go back to my rant on reparations, you can't go for something like that using a blanket statement. Okay? Because they know. All right? You go on with the wrong argument. Okay. All right, so... Or leaving a gap in the genealogy because grandma was convicted of a sex crime. The right course of action is to learn from the mistakes of the forefathers and become better kinds of people ourselves. Some Dutch, he's Dutch, DJ ZPE. Some Dutch people use genealogy to discover noble ancestors. Okay, so they ain't using bones, baby.
And it's Surinamese Dutch.
Yeah,
so
Surinamese.
Suriname is in South America, but it's a Dutch colony of the Netherlands.
Exactly. Because remember, I was saying surnames. My country ass was botching it, and then shout out to somebody in the chat was like, no, and they broke it down. I'm like, oh, okay, my bad. Yes.
So he breaking down basically how they implemented, like, so how they did it in the States, and was like, oh yeah, we're gonna institute this type of like structure with slave class, and then when people mix, we're gonna create these different titles. Okay, you colored and you Native American and you Negro and all of this type stuff. So they did the same thing in
and
South
you
America.
mulatto, right. Absolutely. Okay. In the past, imposing quarterly records, quarterly records were invented, retouched, and even fake portraits were produced in order to elevate to the peerage. So ain't he saying that that's when the whitewashing started to happen to change pretty much lineage
and status
Peerage,
because peerage means it's not just like your peer, it's like the top of your peers. Like these are the epitome of what you're trying to be.
Okay,
it's
now
like Placard did, with the census.
Yes, very good point. Can you say that again, sis? That's an excellent
said it was
point.
It's like what Placard did with the
Placard
census.
is his name Placard or Placard, whatever the hell.
Placard.
Okay.
Richard, whatever it is.
Yeah.
He did that in Virginia, I think it was.
Right, with the census. Same difference. Very good point. So I hope as we're going through this, you all are seeing the similarities, the patterns. Okay? This is how resets are done, fam. Okay? So there was no room for an African grandmother, and slave-keeping ancestors in Europe gradually became less important. This is the legacy on which we must build. I choose to draw inspiration from the political struggles and economic success of the ancestors, especially we modern Ceremonese Dutch. He said it right there, son Scotty. Ceremonese Dutch with our white relatives by marriage and mulatto cousins and frequent transatlantic travels look more like the 18th century Ceremonese families than ever. Perhaps the only difference is the price of a crossing, which in 1682 was only, I don't know if that's franc. I don't know what the Dutch currency is. 30 per adult and a half for a child at the time when the minimum annual wage was 100 guilders. So to me, and y'all weigh in if put something on it as well, because I could totally not be comprehending what he is saying here. He's pretty much saying, what y'all around here talking about? Because in the 18th century, there was a lot of mixing going on. Well, I'm not going to say a lot.
Mixing was happening then and the mixing happening now.
Exactly.
The only difference is they tried to cover it up through the art and the pictures and stuff.
Absolutely.
But the people are still mixed. So.
Absolutely. And he's saying what y'all talking about, because folks back in the 1600s could come on across to these different places. They could travel to these different places and settle. Okay? But that was the people that could afford it. Right? Hence the Kent visitation. Which
that'd be another thing too, like when we be talking about, the slave narrative that they come over as slaves and da. But then when you look into other people's stories, they come over and so the Kent thing, like they come over, but they They're not starting from the bottom.
Exactly,
like
because they came with change. They came over here with not everybody, okay? Because some came over here on them indentured servant contracts. So meaning I didn't have the 30 shekels or whatever the case may be. But I'm going to go on a labor contract, i.e. indentured servitude. And as a part of that contract, I have to pay back the price of my voyage. Those were for people that couldn't afford it. I'm sorry, go ahead, son Scotty.
I'm saying like, and even that is an opportunity too. Like if you're a criminal, you're like, oh, I just got to pay it back. I got a job waiting for me when I get there. Oh, okay.
Right.
Like, so even if you're an indentured servant, that's still like you got a contract to work.
It's an employment contract. Now, the other side of indentured servitude, I want to be clear, is some say, shit, Rhonda, tell the story correctly. People that had the prison sentences. So, hey, listen here, player. Now, we done caught you trying to overthrow the kingdom. We about tired of your troublemaking ass. So what you want to do? You want to go on and serve out this prison sentence over here in this cellar? You may eat, you may not eat. You know how we roll over here in our prison cellar. Or this death sentence, because you really been cutting up. Or do you want to go to this new land of milk and honey and work away your prison sentence? So it's two sides of that indentured servitude. Okay? And you can find out which is which just by simply going in those records. It's not a blanket statement. I can't look at son Scotty, sis Sandra, brother Sean, or anybody else for that matter and say their family is African slave, American Indian, a Black European, and if they are Black European, whether or not they came over here on an indentured servant contract, whether they was getting out of jail or serving out their prison sentence, or they took on an employment contract, or they people was one of the kings, them boys, them, and they got put on to come over here and be a manager and manage some shit up in the colonies, or they were a missionary. I can't look at individuals just based on their color and say that, right? Their records, their family genealogy must tell that story. Okay? All right. Because Ceremonese people did not yet get around to writing their own history, we did not know the existence of Pierre Alexander de Peru, or we were unaware of the exact nature of his connection with Suriname. To illustrate my point that we urgently need to start looking into our own history, I quote a passage from the work of Belvan Zulin, Living at a Distance, by the Belgium Simone Du Bois. Let me sip my water, baby, because see, I pays attention to these surnames. You say Du Bois, huh? So when we was reading baby girl Sarah Rector story, I think, yeah, didn't Booker T. Washington that Washington named blackity black, black, black European. And W.E.B. Du Bois, that's why as soon as I ran across African Americans, I said, hell to the no, I'm not saying no African Americans. First thing came to mind, I said black Europeans. But we fencing to continue. Right? So, old boy is a Du Bois. As a detour through Suriname and the keeping of slaves and trade in products obtained through slavery is dismissed as international trade. Okay, there's his source.
That's the thing. It's always the black Europeans and whatever the Khazar descent people. Like, and that's the checkerboard. And
right.
It's like back and forth. Like, oh, we're gonna play this game because they ain't gonna know. They think we enemies, but we actually doing the same thing.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And when you look at Europe's slave trade, you will see that it was a reversal also. So meaning not only was Europe sending their particular criminals to the Americas, but they were sending them to Africa also. Not only were Europe putting people on labor contracts or offering people labor contracts, not only in the Americas, but also in Africa also. Because
Australia.
And Aussie, right, Australia.
Bunch of convict colonies.
A bunch of convict colonies. Okay? And shout out to the Caucasian Aussies that keep it all the way funky. A lot of them will say, oh no, my people came over from the UK. They were the convicts. Okay? And you have one account. Damn, y'all have to dig through the material. I know I did a drop on it. I think when I was doing the African transatlantic African slave trade, it's fake video, where there was an account of a black European that was on a labor contract working over in Africa, that somebody was trying to sell him off as an African slave. I can't remember if it was coming over to, it was over in Americas, but I think it was South America. And he like, wait, hold up, blood. I'm a European. I'm over here working. What the hell you around here talking about? You finna capture me as a slave and send me over to South America. Okay? But let's continue. Okay, because just another thing on this trade, we keep telling y'all this was all business. Okay? Because one of the first European national companies, that whole African venture that they did, they didn't make no money from it. So they had to be shut down. Again, this was business. It wasn't about racism, this, that, and the third. It was business. Belle Van Zuylen had a great friendship and professional relationship with Pierre Alexandre de Perrault. The Perrault family lived in the most beautiful house, and child, I'm not trying to pronounce that, Switzerland. They sent each other a letter every day. He was her literary advisor for the various works she sent him for review. Perrault was born in, I don't know that child, Paramaribo in 1729 and died in Switzerland in 1794. The fact that the Peru was born in Suriname is ignored by most writers. Perhaps they are following the old European tradition of ignoring an association with the colonies and black blood. Pierre Alexander was Rousseau's friend and benefactor. He also published an edition of Rousseau's entire overture in 35 volumes between 1782 and 1790. De Peru is also known for his published correspondence with J.J. Rousseau. Yeah, I'm getting tired of pronouncing these names. The most famous philosopher of the Enlightenment. Unfortunately, not. I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis. I didn't want to.
No, I wasn't trying to say anything.
Oh, okay, baby. Okay. Unfortunately, not yet translated from French. Bell wrote a pamphlet in defense of De Peru, who was attacked for his publication of Rousseau's work. For in doing so, he cut off the path of another intended edition, which, in his opinion, was not in accordance with the correct text of Old Boy's work. Furthermore, Rousseau had ordered that his work should not be revealed until after 1800. De Peru married Henrietta Dorothy, the young daughter of Old Boy's friend Abraham de Peru. We know the name De Peru as an Amsterdam region family, but also from Surinamese history. His grandfather, Jean, was born in France and fled to the Republic and then to Suriname before the Edict of Nantes was repealed in 1683. Plantation I always think of Bayou. That's what it seems like to me. Bayou in the Katika is also called De Peru after the first owner. The Sarah McCann La Dipilou refers to the origin of that plantation. Pierre Alexander, through his mother, Lucy, was related to the colored family Calderic and Van Sanderick. It is likely that his other ancestors and family relations, such as Walraven Davis and Van Susteren, were also people of color at the beginning of the 18th century. He was the son of Pierre de Peru. His parents were both born in Paramaribo and married there in 1725. Pierre de Peru's tombstone is bricked up in the Reformed Church in Paramaribo. He was, among other things, a former member of the Civil Council. After his father's death, his young widow remarried to the Champiers, the commander and deputy of the governor. Pierre Alexander left for Switzerland with his mother, who was a widow, Chambrier. Belle Van Zuylen was friends with Caroline Chambrier in Switzerland. However, Courtney does not make any connection with the widow. Okay, so I know this is kind of a lot because this is going over Dutch history that we don't know anything about in the Americas. The point why I'm going through this painstakingly, with me jumbling the words with the enunciation and all of that, is because he's explaining to us the cover up and, where he's from, Dutch, of these black Europeans. Okay? So of their peerage or their status as Black Europeans.
And then also how like how he's saying like, oh yeah, these families, these basically naming these family names over in Belgium and France and Switzerland, blah, blah, blah. And like, yeah, they Black over here, but when they get over here in Suriname, something happens and now they are not Black anymore.
Exactly. That's the point he's making. Just like everybody in the Americas are now Africans. Not Black Europeans. So when we say Black Europeans, that's got to mean France. That's got to mean Dutch. That's got to mean what we call the UK now, Scotland, Ireland, all of them. Over in Jamaica, all them Jamaicans got them Irish names. It's the same game. It was a worldwide reset. So just like, I'm sorry, go ahead on, Brother Sean.
Here, the fact that everybody can call themselves quote unquote Americans.
That's true.
This is still the only place where that's predominantly done. Poland said you can't come over in there with no
They ain't
bullshit.
trying to hear it. They standing on business.
Only people they letting come in is Ukrainians.
Yep.
And you got to have money. You got to be one of them rich Ukrainians.
Right.
But I don't understand.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brother Sean.
All these quote unquote Polish Americans, if things so good over in Poland, no terrorist attacks, none of this, none of that, why they ain't came and got their people?
Right, all of that part.
But it's just people will take the whole concept of Americans and we're ashamed to be quote unquote Africans. People not claiming to be quote unquote Black Europeans,
right.
Black everything on this continent. I don't hear nobody talking about the Black Chinese, the Black this, the Black
Come
that.
on with it now.
Everybody still keep trying to tie Black with America, with the indigenous people here. And I don't think we have to keep saying the indigenous melanated people or the Black Indians. Indigenous covers it all. Where anywhere do you see them referring to themselves as indigenous? They go with the outer Africa theory and say that well, everybody comes from a common ancestor in Africa, but they still don't make a claim to be indigenous to Africa or anywhere. But I guess that's getting too much off into the Moorish doctrine. But the whole thing with labels, period, because people move and being named by area of land that you're on, and the names keep changing. So, I mean, I guess if out of respect, we have to go back to the most ancient names we know and call ourselves that if we're to honor our ancestors. But how many different bloodlines and lineages does that go through?
Exactly.
To go all the way back there when what you know for a fact, depending on who you are, who your mama and daddy are.
Exactly.
who their mama and daddies are.
Exactly.
I mean, all that stuff as far as for who intermixed back when, all that's breaking down into different stuff. The purest essence of you came from your mother and father
Exactly.
and whoever their direct parents were.
Mm-hmm.
You only have to go back so many generations to place your bloodline here before all the fuckery, before the resets, before the
Right.
retelling of his story, etc., etc. We just recently lost control, if we've lost control.
Right. Great point.
Other people have just now come onto the scene.
Exactly.
They were given permission for their images to be utilized.
Absolutely.
And it wasn't by them. The whole thing with blaming the quote unquote white man or white status is an indigenous creation. May not be indigenous to the quote unquote Americas, but either way it go, all fuckery is by indigenous design. I digress.
No, very good point. And I know, in my opinion, it's just Rhonda's opinion. This is why melanated people have a hard time digesting this Black European stuff, because that changes the story of the white man being the devil. Because like I said, I'm not letting Caucasians off the hook. When you do fuckery, you do fuckery. I'm just telling you when their fuckery began. Shit. That's all I'm saying. And the flip side on why white people or Caucasians have a problem with it, because that makes them vulnerable. Well, like, well, shit. If we wasn't a slave owners, who we be? Baby, Annie can't tell you that. You better get in them records like my ass got in them records.
But I think from my point of view, they left out the European part of our ancestry out of the history, and
absolutely.
And so a lot of us, like me, is really trying to really finding it out for the first time, and with DNA and with this blog here.
And I didn't even do it through DNA. I literally found it in the records, and 'cause I've been like doing a genealogy for years. It takes years to do the genealogy, and I got stuck on that European. And I literally let it sit there for years. And then when I started hearing the concepts of Black Europeans, okay, and shout out to the people that's putting out that work. Shout out to Brother Kui Mayo. I've learned a lot from him. Shout out to Legendary Top Cats. I learned a lot from him, and then with me reading and researching, that's what made me say, God damn it, that is probably my relative. Let me go over here, get these European records, blackety, black, black, black. I said, damn it, there it is. So I didn't even have to do it through DNA. I did it through the records. Then all of the pieces started coming together. Like, okay, well, that's why this part of the family
look this way.
The culture, exactly. Mm-hmm. Exactly. And then it just started all lining up. Okay, so shout out to Brother Dez in the chat. he said, I think he said he got Dutch surnames in his family. I have a Dutch name. Yeah, I have a Dutch name. Yeah, it puts everything in perspective. And like I said, shout out to the sis. She wants to say anonymous, that put me up on the Visitation of Kent. And where that basically gives all of the surnames of majority of the people that came over. And guess what date it was? 1619.
1619.
So do you understand why the 1619 project with the African slavery? I'm like, bullshit. You don't have the records for that. You don't have the ship. You bring me a piece of motherfucking ship, but yet we got an entire book with 1619 Kent Visitation with surnames, lineage, ship manifest, and it lists black, white, brown, tall, skinny, thick, whatever the case motherfucking be. So that tells me all I need to know. What's accurate? The millions of African slaves that they ain't produced no motherfucking ship manifest. They bring a piece of a boat up. They claim that it's the motherfucker what? You pulled that from what? If you don't go on out of my face with that, go on now, you making my nerves bad and I don't want to get violent. But yet we have documentation of all of these black Europeans coming over here by surname, all of that. And when I saw my own government motherfucking name in that book, I about passed the fuck out. Like, oh, Lord. But the good part about it, I had already found in my genealogy black European lineage from exact same place these Kent people came over here in 1619. This is why I tell you all, you have to be critical thinkers. All right. I'm sorry, sis, did you have something else to say? I apologize.
No, I was just reading.
Okay. All right, so that's all he trying to say, fam. He's giving y'all the same drop that happened over in his homeland, happened over here, it happened around the world. Okay. So another biography, child, I'm not trying to pronounce that name, on the internet mentions a slave revolt that partially destroyed one of his plantations. What, black people had plantations? I thought white zaddy colonized and enslaved the world. I mean, those of us that do genealogy and go into these records and we go into the slave schedules and we see black people being the plantation owners, I thought white zaddy colonized the world. But let's continue. Perhaps the attack in 1773 on this particular thing, I ain't trying to pronounce all of that, when a dozen slaves fled after looting and set fire to the plantation buildings. By that time, Bell had been living in Switzerland for 2 years, and they were already good friends. He drew an annual income of lirs. I think that's French now. So I don't know what that is if you convert it into dollars. Okay, but that's a nice little, it seems like a nice amount, from his pleasure gardens, and lived in a house that, oh yeah, he was making some motherfucking ends. because he lived in a house that cost $1 million. So in today's terms, he was a billionaire. He lived a rather reclusive life and was sickly and hard of hearing. His wife's family's fortune was made in trade with Brazil, which can also be associated with the slave trade and slave labor. So let me refresh your memory. See, that's why you can't play with Annie, with the foolery. You understand me? So let's go to slavevoyages.org. Since it was meant for you to bring up what the Native Americans said about this 12 million. This was perfect.
Oh, thanks.
Everything is always for a purpose. So you say Brazil, baby.
They've been doing a lot of slavery down there, I heard.
5.8. Transatlantic slave trade. That's Brazil.
How much was it?
This is
9,000.
So this is Turtle Island, 305,000. Brazil, now they slave trade, 5.8 million. Again, these are not Annie's numbers. This is from slavevoyages.org. Okay. And who was hustling the slaves?
Brazilians.
Black folks.
Black folks back there. Let's see where's it.
Homie was a billionaire. Keep telling y'all this was business. It wasn't race. You are getting the watered down version, the bastardization of history. And it's got people confused, not entering, understanding who did what, when, and why. Let me see. I don't know why I didn't grab that. So my bad. I don't know why that didn't translate. So the relationship between, I don't know what all that means, aloof from his wife's great receptions. So he regularly visited whatever his other crib was in France. So he was kicking it. Okay, so we're going to stop it here because, y'all, I got an early meeting tomorrow. And my feelings are hurt because I set the damn meeting because I didn't have no choice to set it that early. So I got to go lay it down. I can't do overtime. But I'll do overtime next week. But I'm just going to leave this here. It is plausible that many plantation owners whose names we know but do not have portraits were probably people of color. Oh, shit, I didn't want to do that. Let me undo that. Over here in the America, we got the records of who the slave plantation owners were. Now, remember, this is in Dutch. So I'm just going to go back up here, and then we're going to ramp on down. Oh, boy, was a billionaire. Where did they get their wealth? From the slave trade or slave labor. Well, he said it, slave trade and slave labor. Brazil. Okay?
International trade. Yeah, y'all was you want trafficking people. Same old shit.
Right. Okay? So now you can believe if you want to that. Let me just bring up Brazil. 5.8 8 million of these Brazilians that were in the transatlantic slave trade were from Africa. That's not what the records say. Most of these were Europeans. Not saying that Africans are not in these numbers, don't get me wrong. Okay? And that's probably not also included, jumbled in some of these numbers, are other indigenous Black Indians, American Indians, that were from Turtle Island, other parts of what we call in Caribbean now, Jamaica, all of them. But point being that Black European homie who was a billionaire in them, he was getting his money through slave trade. Right? So we're going to leave it here. Because I can't do overtime tonight, y'all. I got to get up early meeting. Yeah. You got to be alert and run some stuff. Yes, sir.
But I think it had said that his wife's family's money came from the slave trade.
Child. So he was a damn gold digger. He was living off his old lady now. Lineage. Is that what you're saying? Yeah, because it says his wife's family's fortune. Yeah.
That's the thing always, too. You never see it. The woman married into the man. It's always the man marrying into the to the woman's family.
They was some hustlers back in the day. And men want to call women gold diggers.
But the thing is, if everything went through the woman, then then that's logically the only way that they could run that game.
That's true.
They'd actually get in with the matriarch.
That's true.
Get access to
the wealth.
Yeah, then flip the script.
Right.
And it's just crazy how they do that. Like it's like a double act. Like they recognize that they have to go through the woman to pull the okie doke, but in their religions, it's all the patriarchy. In their systems, it's all the patriarchy.
Yeah, but you getting the wealth from the woman.
But isn't everything received from the divine feminine?
I totally agree with that.
Exactly.
I totally agree with that.
Their foolery, they cannot deny.
Right, they can't deny their foolery, but the point, all I'm just saying, how the fuck the woman got the wealth and she wind up at the bottom of the barrel under patriarch? Patriarch. Nigga, I cut your throat.
But sis.
Go ahead.
Ain't that the same thing they attribute to Mama Earth? And
Absolutely.
Husbandry?
Absolutely.
And husbandry?
Absolutely.
Husbandry, yeah.
So somebody doing some line round here because rules are being broken. Because see, what you ain't finna do is cross your legs. So, okay, so the woman got the wealth. So what's your part? Because if you think it's just slinging dick, we got a problem. Oh, you forgot that husbandry part? I'm confused. So a lot of rules have been broken. You can't have it both ways. This is why patriarch, it doesn't fucking work. You're supposed to be in harmony. Because now it got so bad. Don't nobody want to do husbandry. Everything fucked up and confused. Ain't nobody matching up lineage, good match. Okay, you look good, I look good, let's go. No, I got some questions, nigga, before all of that. But yeah, this is pretty good. Okay, so we're going to leave it there. But damn, that was a good point, y'all. Y'all bringing up some good points. Thank you for catching that, because you know, because I've been accused of being a feminist. I don't give a fuck. I said what I said. How I missed that? How the feminists missed that? You talking about you a billionaire. That's your old ladies people and their money. Anyhow. All right. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brother Sean. Mm-hmm.
Long as I continue, long as I got hit through a womb.
Child.
The womb that is Mother Earth supplies me with everything that I need.
Yep.
Everything is divine feminine. The realm is feminine. The quote unquote planet is feminine. Nature is feminine. I mean, even when you talk about automobiles, ships, whatever, when a man got a car, it's her, it's she. Same with the ships and boats, she, her. Everything that surrounds the quote unquote man is feminine. I don't see how you think shit's supposed to work without that. I just don't. There's nothing without that. This entire realm and universe is considered feminine. I didn't write the rules. I'm just enjoying it. But I digress.
Right. Child, that's another conversation and show, because we, even in the quote, quote, said Black community, we don't want to admit the misogyny, the misogynistic ways, and how it has really been the downfall of the Black man. Because anytime you're going to oppress your women, that they're beneath you, you're going to get your motherfucking ass handed to you every time. Sorry, yes.
DJ ZP is addressing the different laws and different, like the Slavic law, and the royal titles were held only by the women. And that's when I said, I'm sitting up here laughing, because women, even in Indian law, the property is hers. So,
and we know with the indigenous American Indian, the wealth was held by the women.
I mean, women. Yeah.
That's why when some American Black women started hyphenating their names, I think that started with my generation, if I'm not mistaken. So meaning they kept the family name, and then took on their husband's name. Men got in an uproar. Oh, she trying to don't want to just carry totally my last name. And to be honest, I never understood why that was happening. And when I would ask women, they never was able to tell me either. But once I started learning this information, I said, God damn it, it was something intuitively that told them to hyphen those names to represent
like that.
Their matriarch lineage.
Yeah, I used to do that.
I wonder when that actually became like in history, like a thing. Like when did it become you get married and you take the woman has to take the last name?
That's when
Why couldn't it be
when
that
when
you
the black
keep your own
Europeans,
name?
child, I'm scratching all over the place. Cause shit. Patriarch, that shit makes me scratch. I be ready to fight. Nigga, you say what? But we know when it happened. It happened when we started the American Indians started marrying black Europeans. We know when it happened.
You did say that.
Why didn't anybody come up with the idea? Let's take both our names. Then you could keep both of your family names together with the children. Like, yeah, it just seemed like a play from the start. Like,
yeah, absolutely, it was a play for the start. And to be honest, if you think about it, son, Scotty, it's still a play. Think about what's happening over in Africa. I'm just going to use that for an example. And those Chinese men coming over there marrying them African women. And goddamn it, they taking on Wong. Da-da-da-da. What do you think's going to happen in 100 years?
They're going to be like, oh yeah, the Asians is indigenous to Africa.
Exactly.
Look at their names. They was all in Africa.
Yeah, so that's the play. Now, I'm not saying everybody whose family married black Europeans, because I certainly have it in my family, that was the men's intent. It became the culture. And therefore, it was accepted. Because remember, part of the culture, or it became social engineering. It's a part of social engineering. I'll put it that way. Came part of social engineering. And down to the point where the patriarch is so strong. Oh, see, you just ashamed to carry my name totally. You fucking with my manhood. You a feminist. So now he's questioning the relationship, his motherfucking manhood, this, that, and the third, instead of looking at it for the social engineering that it is. So that's what happens. So you go 100 years, and now we're trying to figure out who is who. And the game's so fucked up now that you got melanated people thinking that the European names are fucking white people's names. Not the opposite. Yes, sir.
I think at one point the man did used to take the woman's last name, and he used to come up under the house up.
Okay, that's a good point. Okay.
Yes, I had a vague memory of that. I was like wondering because I was thinking of what is it? Fucking a Game of Thrones and the House of Dragon, and how like the women had like positions like that where it's the name of the house that they were taking.
But was that over in Europe or over in the Americas?
Well, you know, those storylines, it's over in Europe, but it's like fictional stuff. So, but yeah, more over in Europe than America.
Yeah, because I was referring to America. I'm not saying that it didn't exist. I can't relate to that house of so-and-so on down to the common folk over here in the Americas. I just see in the record.
But
I'm sorry, go ahead.
As far as for the stealing of names and taking
okay. I see what you're saying.
To be able to get hold to properties, and instead of to put themselves in claims or to say that that they in the family and they entitled to shit.
You know what? You're right on that.
That's what they do or not.
You're absolutely right. Yeah. That's a great point.
Ain't nothing new about it. Like
None of this is new.
how they give the definition of American, originally applying to the various copper-colored people.
Right.
Now the Europeans. So when you look back on American history, Americans were all peoples of the planet.
Yes.
So that's why now they can come out with these Native American stories and use pure pale skinned peoples because the Americas were colored with all people.
Right.
They did already blurred history.
Yep.
We accept it.
Yep. Okay. Sorry I can't hang out and scratch up in my scarf and continue to MF and SB. I'll have more time next week. Son Scotty, you have any last words for the family?
No, not really. You know, same old, same old. Just a reminder to check out those films, though.
I'm finna do that this weekend. I'm gonna have a notebook and everything. So that's gonna be my go ahead on with the fuckery next week.
With what we was talking about, you know, with resets and, you know, with this stuff coming on down and the fear mongering that, you know, it's going to be a whole bunch of bombs and all this type of stuff. And, you know, not thinking that it could be something, you know, as inconspicuous as like a cyber attack and taking out all the technology and stuff. So that movie was called Leave the World Behind on Netflix. And then the one about the Native Americans and, you know, the white people fucking taking them out, taking their land. That one is called
Killers of the Flower Moon.
Killers of the Flower Moon.
Is it killers or pillars?
Killers, like, you know,
taking somebody out.
Because it's a metaphor for what they're doing. Like, the flower moon is a certain type. It's like they explain what the flower moon is. It's like all of this certain type of flower that blooms across the hills and it's very full. And so the metaphor is that
that's actually a flower, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's beautiful too. It's eerie because it blooms based on a moon cycle, but it's a beautiful flower. I found out about that because I saw somebody with it in their yard, and that was the only time I saw it bloom. Now you just reminded me because I had asked for a piece of that, so I'm gonna have to wait to the spring and summer and get my little piece because she said I can have a piece of it. But anyhow, okay. So Leave the World Behind. That's Netflix. And then Killers of the Flower Moon. So I'll just look that up and see whatever platform that's on. But I'm going to watch Killers of the Flower Moon, have my notebook together, and I'll use that for my go ahead on with the fuckery next week. I'll have more time to hang out and chill. Because you working next week, Son Scotty, right?
Yeah, I'm working next week, so I won't be on the panel, but I'll be in the chat.
Okay. Dang, I wish you would be on here as we talk about Killers of the Flower Moon. I may wait till the week after that so you can be on here so we can chop it up. Okay.
And if not during the first half, then I could come during the latter half, but I'll let y'all know.
Okay, because you know I don't believe in you messing up your ends, so... but you.
Well, no, it's just that I'll be getting off of work right in the middle of the show. So.
Okay, yeah. Let me know because I can even push it to the back. Okay.
For sure.
All right, Sis Sandra, you have any last words for the family?
I have to say that I've been sitting here reading the chat. And it has been informative.
They always do, and I don't get a chance to get deep into it.
My brain been going two ways. So it's really, really good to, you know, read their comments. And it's very informative, and I really appreciate them correcting me and helping out too. It's really good. And DJ ZP. It's good to see him because he has so much information. I have to get my search records out.
Yeah.
I have to get my search out to see what he talking about.
Yeah,
Talking
so
about.
it's just so
Very
glad to
informative. Very
see him
informative.
and feel his energy in the chat. And
And
Helenese, shout
Stefan,
out to brother Helenese. There go Niecy Poo. Niecy
thanks
Poo,
for the
you late,
support.
baby. We finna
Is
cause
it?
I done
Is
scratched
she
up
just
in my
coming on?
scarf 100 times. Nerves done got bad. I got an early meeting tomorrow, so I can't hang out and cut up this
Yeah, but
week.
we've been quitting at 8 o'clock anyway, for the
Yeah, but
most part lately.
it's 11 o'clock my time.
Well,
Remember,
yeah,
you West
yeah,
Coast time.
yeah.
Yeah,
So
I know.
yeah, a lot
Yeah,
of people. Thank you so much for the support, Stefan and DJ and Nanya and the rest of you. It's really cool. And thank you, Rhonda, for
yeah. Thank you,
your
sis.
information.
Yeah, thank you too, sis. Brother Sean,
And
you.
Brother Sean, hey brother, hey brother, I appreciate you too.
Likewise.
Likewise.
What's your last words for the fam?
One love, bruh.
Helen Skates.
Whatever your genealogy results are, be proud of who you are. If you got some shit you got to atone for, handle it.
Yeah.
Take care of it. Quit trying to tell everybody else who they are and are not. If you are who you say you are, then be that. Let your actions show. Be being. Be about that. You say you're American Indian. I'm gonna ask, what does that mean?
Mm.
Be that. You're African American. What does that mean? Be that, whatever you claim to be. If you are more, be that. Out of all those that I've just named, you have the biggest charge.
Hmm.
You've made all these claims of a worldwide empire. And one day you just decided to go to sleep and let these other beings rule and experiment, you said. You're woke now, right? Show the world what the Moors do. Get these laws and shit straightened out, especially considering you're indigenous to the Americas now. I mean, y'all story just all over the place.
All over the place.
I'm not picking on y'all.
Right.
I'm calling you on your shit.
Oop.
You say you are this. You say you're the Tartarians, even though that's a whole nother story. But everything is more this, more that, and all the architecture, paintings, everything is indicative of more. Well, the world is waiting. Straighten this shit out. I mean, everything is in place according to your doctrines, your religion. It's all in place. The science, the math, everything.
Right.
Y'all on deck. I mean, get these laws straightened out, and we all will play our part and do what we supposed to do. But again, according to you all, the L's, the Bays, the days, etc., etc. Handle it. That's all I'm waiting to see is for y'all to handle your business. I mean, your paperwork in place, right? You got your status right. I mean, y'all should have all them shekels from the birth certificates, right? I mean, y'all got everything in place, right? Own driver's license, y'all know how to set up government because y'all created government, the Constitution, this, that, or the other. Where's the new documents for the new reset? But I digress. Love y'all. Wholeness and power.
Ciao. All right, fam. So it is what it is. At the end of the day, nobody's coming to save you. You got to do what you have to do for you and yours. And a huge part of that is getting your vessel your spiritual vessel healthy. Okay? Getting the courage to get your spiritual vessel healthy. Getting the courage to not follow the crowd. Getting the courage to truly walk in the true definition of what womanhood is about and manhood is about. Start simple. Don't take the diversion way out and want to take on these big issues and your own doorstep ain't swept around. Keep it real with yourself. Because it ain't about what Rhonda think. It's about what your experience is. And what you're doing for yourself and your lineage. Okay? You can do it. You're literally built for this. When you think you're not, just think. You at the soul level, you had a lot of other options, but you picked the most gangsterish of all, Earth. So you can do it, okay? So do your spiritual work that you need to do, i.e. healing. Love yourself even when you don't feel you're lovable. You'll get to that point. All right. So with that said, we'll be back next week. Let me see what's the dates. Oh yeah, I got time to play next week. Yeah, I got time to play next week. So we'll be back next week, fam. We'll pick up where we left off. Thank you to Mr. Codfried for your great body of work, because now, you're just proving the point that this was definitely a worldwide effort to jumble up what really happened. So we appreciate you all. Thank you to the YouTube family chat. Thank you all. Let me give y'all a round of applause. We appreciate y'all for dropping all that knowledge in the comments, okay? And thank you to the YouTube family that was watching and that will watch. Thank you all, okay? And thanks to Sis Sandra. I know I was, no, fuck that. Thanks for letting me rant and making my point.
Sorry you were itching.
Yeah, because I broke out and I said, baby, now he said what now? You know where that number can't scratch. So thank you.
And there's some places you can't scratch,
Child, now come on now, sis.
I'm talking about the back.
Oh, okay. See, that's what the hell I get. Okay, because that's different. Bitch, go to the clinic and you sitting up there scratching in the wrong place. But shout out to sis. Okay, so shout out to son Scotty. Great to have you joining us.
Peace and love, brother Scotty.
Okay, and shout out
Great to be here as usual.
Yeah, great to have your input as well.
Oh, love your input.
Yeah, because he was breaking it down. So in other words, what he's saying is da 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 da. Love it. Absolutely love it. Shout out to Brother Sean. Okay.
Oh, shout out to you, sis.
Okay, dropping that knowledge
Yeah.
and come in. Yeah, da 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 da. You motherfuckers. Da 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 da. You got anything else to put on it, Brother Sean? No, I'm just ready to get into the material. Oh, okay. Okay, Brother Sean. All right. So shout out to Brother Sean. All right, fam. So have a great one. Love yourself, love each other, and make it do what it do. So we are Truth Uncompromised. We're out of here. We'll be back next Thursday. Peace and love, fam.
Peace and love.